Serious, what are we waiting for now?
Hello and welcome back to Atlantic City, New Jersey at the Borgata Casino. We are back for the 2026 Winter Poker Open Progressive Knockout Final Table. We return today with 6 people playing for up to 76,000 for placement plus knockouts for every individual that they eliminate from the tournament. I am Matt McNeil, Whitesmith, Blacksmith to people across the community, joined by, once again, Rishi. I think you were here a couple times already this week. Welcome back. Thank you for popping in today.
Good to be home, man. Good to be home. How are you?
We are going to introduce first Sam Taylor here. And Casey Mann. We'll be going by Casey.
What's up, Case?
A good friend of yours, I believe, from New York.
He is literally the man.
This is Xiang Zou from Jersey City, coming in as our short stack of the day, but also has a very large bounty on his head. We'll get to that in just a minute. Fred Normand from Quebec, coming in with one of our middling stacks and a very solid bounty on his head as well.
$3 million in lifetime earnings as well.
And Hendi from Maryland. Again, another one, and we'll get to the numbers in a sec, coming in with a very solid bounty on his head and also a decent chip stack in front of him. And Nguyen, local guy from Atlantic City with, I believe, 0 lifetime earnings.
No Hendon.
And that's about to change.
He's given me some trouble before, too.
You guys want to flip?
All right, guys, here we go. Good luck, everybody.
So cards are about to be in the air. A little bit different format from some of the streams earlier in the week. This is the progressive knockout, which means every time every person comes into the tournament with a bounty on their head. Every time you knock someone out, you get their bounty. You get half of their bounty, and then your own bounty increases by half of their bounty as well, so your own bounty is worth more. So you get to keep half of the bounty, yours increases, and what you saw with the payouts when they were on screen is that first and second get just about the same amount. I think there's a very, very small amount of difference between.
Yes.
But when you win it, you keep your own bounty as well, so it creates that separation for your first place prize.
Absolutely. As we can see, there's a lot of gray chips out there, and those bounty stacks, pretty sexy. Those are the 5Ks. For anyone counting bounties, for anyone pocket watching. Gray chips are going to be 5K. Pumpkins are going to be 1K. The lavender chips, the purple chips, are going to be 500s, and the black chips are going to be 100s.
And that's just straight cash money. Now, we're not talking about the tournament chips.
No, we're talking about Borgata
cash
chips.
You could go down to any of the casino, any other part of the casino, and use those to buy into tables.
Yes, absolutely. You can go peel some natties. You can go play some blackjack. You can wisely go to the cage, cash it out, go home, and get some early Christmas gifts for next year. A lot of wonderful options to use those chips for.
So coming into today, Casey has the largest bounty on his head.
An overwhelming chip lead as well, I believe.
I believe so. We'll see here. He's got about 6.6 million on him here. He's got a $25,700 bounty on his head.
And he has ace-3 of diamonds under the gun.
And with the chip lead and several large bounties at play here, he's certainly going to be mixing it up.
Most definitely. Knowing Casey, I doubt he would fold regardless, but I think that we're definitely going to find an open here.
And with bounties in play, the style of play will change a little bit too, because you are bounty hunting.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of incentive, at least from when talking strategy with my friends that I've learned, revolving around limping in certain spots as well to incentivize multi-way pots, just because we're playing for a lot of bounties. Especially in Casey's spot. I think an open here is really good, just in the sense that he's also incentivized to target Sean's 355K stack.
Yeah.
So you would prefer isolation in a lot of those spots.
So Xiang here now with Ace Jack and only a couple big blinds. You see, we have a $40,000 small or 40,000 chip small blind,
and we are in there.
80,000 chip big blind. Xiang is just going to call off of just over 4 big blinds.
I think that's good.
And Aaron behind picks up a bigger ace, Ace King.
Wow.
And this is where it's going to get interesting, because Xiang, we didn't get to it just yet. Xiang has the second largest bounty on his head. Xiang's bounty is $19,300.
Wow.
So you pick up quite a bit in your pocket just by knocking him out.
$96.50 I make just by knocking him out?
Yep.
Damn. Some of my friends have let me hold on to those pumpkin chips and see what they feel like. Otherwise, I don't really know if I've gotten to experience them too often, but they look really cool.
And one of the things that we'll apologize for the broadcast is we don't have the ability to display their current bounties through the production team because they don't necessarily have access to the, to be guaranteed accurate with those bounties.
In real time. That's understandable.
So we'll do what we can to try and track as close as we can to these. We're both decent enough at math, but I can't say that we'll necessarily be able to get these quite accurately.
You have a guy who majored in mathematics and an Indian kid, and that's a pretty strong combo in terms of math, arithmetical calculations.
So Casey with the ace-3 suited folds there, and there's going to be times where you might be able to consider a call in a bounty tournament. Maybe not at a final table like this, but with the size of the bounties.
I agree. This would probably not be one of those spots, especially
30 big blind, 30 big blind
especially
jam.
given the quality of our hand, and it's facing a UTG open. Obviously, he's going to be opening a little bit wider, trying to isolate Sean, and hoping it just kind of folds through besides him.
Yep.
But that 3-bet's pretty strong in this spot.
Yeah.
Sean does decide to go with it, of course.
Two bigs behind.
Yeah, and even if Aaron's squeezing like pairs, we're fine with it.
Oh no!
Case is gonna be steaming. Case is gonna be steaming.
11.
Hard in the river.
Never fold.
We can do some hard.
4.
And we're gonna lose Sean.
We're gonna lose
first
Sean.
all in.
How do you wake up with ace king?
And Aaron's gonna pick up
If you don't wake up
half
with
of
ace
that
king, I
massive
just
bounty, and the other half is
instantly
gonna be
win the bounty.
allocated to his stack.
playing,
In
Sean.
play for everyone else.
Me and you, man.
So going into the day, Aaron had so Jason came with our shortest bounty with 8,300. Aaron came in with 15,200, which he's now going to add the extra 9,652. So we should be at about a 24,800, or just about 25,000. We'll get just above Casey's bounty. It'll be very close.
Like $1 million less.
But yeah, so Aaron started today with a 15,200 bounty. Picked up the 9,650 there. Should be just about 25 grand now. Both Sam and Fred came in with the same bounty of 15,400 on their head. And then Casey with the 25,700 with the highest bounty going into the day. Just now barely the second highest bounty.
As we lose Xiang Zou.
Xiang Zou.
Thanks for playing, bud. Zaijian, GG.
We didn't get a chance to see a whole lot of him on the stream today, but obviously,
Nice run, man. Nice run.
Final table of a 2,200 down here at the Winter Open is going to require quite a bit of solid play.
Absolutely. And essentially the penultimate event of the series as well. It's a good way to head home or to fire this mystery bounty.
There's still a little
Try
bit
to
going on.
pluck a different kind of bounty.
We'll lead into that in just a little bit as we try to continue the intros. As we've already had some action right off the bat. But Xiang will walk out of here. The graphic says 23,435, but he'll actually walk out with over 42,000 because of those bounties.
PKOs are crazy, man.
42,435 should be his take home from this one tournament.
As we see Fred peel the crabs under the gun. He's operating at above 40 bigs. He's going to decide to just muck.
Yep, so we did have a kind of a weird dynamic coming into today where the small stack was on 4 big blinds coming in with a very large bounty. We knew that there was going to be action early because he wasn't going to have too many hands that he could play. He was going to have to get after it.
And the sharks were swimming in the water waiting. Yeah, they smelled blood for sure.
That 9,600 in their pocket right there. If Casey makes that call, he would have gotten even more than that. But sorry, Casey.
Solid 3-bet from Aaron. Yeah. Sick needle weights.
Very. Again, we're saying very understandable. Not exactly the spot we want to take right off the bat.
Casey's going to defend this big blind here. I mean, he's so deep and facing this stack. He's going to be defending really wide with that bounty incentive, especially for the price of one more big blind. He's also going to be able to apply a lot of pressure.
Yep.
Jason has the least amount of ICM right now, just given the other stacks.
His own stack size and his bounty size being the smallest.
That's also true, yeah.
And that's not. I mean, he's still taking. That's not a negative. He's got over 8 grand in bounties already.
No, absolutely. Just relatively, yes, for sure.
When you're looking at this, our pay jumps are going to start to ramp up a little bit as well.
And just look at them right now.
Yep. So the next payout is going to be 30,000. So they've all locked up 30,000 plus the bounties. And as these payouts jump, 10,000, 14,000, 22,000, you have to then take into consideration, is the $4,000 bounty, 4,150 that you get for knocking Jason out, is that worth the risk of that $10,000 pay jump?
Absolutely.
And that becomes one of the other dynamics that gets really interesting as you get later on in progressive knockouts.
Most definitely. We still must keep in mind the value of those ladders, right? The difference between the current payout and first is about $46,000 alone.
Yep.
Not including those bounties.
And second.
And second, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Which turns winning this somewhat into a mini satellite format because we're kind of just playing for second place just as much as we're playing for first, right? They're about the same score, but we just have that extra incentive with the bounties.
I was going to say, I'm not playing for second. I'm playing for first. I want to get my
I'm
own
always
bounty.
playing for a trophy.
Yeah,
So yeah, for sure. Most definitely.
Check.
Last time we saw a range bet from Jason, Casey folded and he took it down.
Yep.
Now we see some blind v blind action as Casey's been outflopped by the prior best hand already.
Yep. Fred picking up the 10. Casey picking up the second pair of fives.
I think Fred can comfortably lead here.
Yep. Fred does have some backdoor diamonds. Casey could also pick up some backdoor straight cards
equity,
as well.
yeah, absolutely. Casey's not going to fold to a single bet here in this configuration.
No, they're deep enough. He's got a pair and he's got the backdoors. There's plenty of things that can happen for him. So there's no way he's folding here.
And BVB, he could be in some cases.
He could very easily be ahead.
Thinking he has the best hand. Yeah, absolutely. Queen can be a relative brick. I don't hate seeing a small bet from Fred here to get peeled by Casey, and then he can comfortably check back some rivers if he wants to.
It lets him choose the sizing. When we were here for the fall open, I was talking with Joe McKeon at the main event final table.
Well, I remember
and
listening.
that was one of the themes of Joe's commentary was he gets to control the sizing here by what he chooses here.
Absolutely. I mean, we see a pretty chunky bet here. 360 into 480, I believe.
You got me to fold the best hand.
The queen is that's not accurate, Casey, sorry.
Casey was probably just trying to get a read, or he's just lamenting the fact that he had to fold a pair.
Yeah, or he's going back to his ace 3.
Yeah, true. He's probably still steaming a bit as well. Casey
Minimally.
does not like to fold, and now he's had to fold 2 hands after seeing flop. So
you can see the chip count here. Again, we are fairly deep, being at this 40,000, 80,000 level. Our small stack is on 30 big blinds, so we've got
piles.
We've got plenty of play. Now, 30 bigs in a PKO and 30 bigs in a standard tournament play a little bit different.
That is 100% true. As Casey's going to pick up the jacks here.
On his button, obviously Casey's going to be opening. He's going to open just about any button, so it's a huge benefit when you actually have a big hand.
I didn't even realize you could have. Wow. Wow.
This could be a really rough spot for Aaron.
I'm looking at Aaron with like 27K in bounties too.
Yeah, this could be a big one. This is really rough because Aaron's got
35 bigs. He's definitely going to be 3-betting here, and I don't know if he can fold. I mean,
with the amount of pressure that Casey can apply with those ace-5 kind of hands.
For sure. I mean, given the ICM as well, Jason and Sam are pretty close, but they're below Aaron. This hand's probably just too strong. Button versus big.
This is a really sick spot for Aaron. Jason facing the 3-bet, and we were just saying, being able to open anything on the button here
creates a dynamic in this spot too. Yeah, I mean, I think a non-all-in size for 4-betting is cool here. Kind of let Aaron decide to navigate. Let's see what Casey decides to do. If he did put him in, I wouldn't hate it either. I think he is thinking non-all-in 4.
Yeah, you can see him bringing out raising chips, and that doesn't look like enough.
900 or 700, now 800.
How good are your eyes? We already heard about your math skills. How good are your eyes?
1.15 million.
Apparently
very
not
bad.
great. Apparently
very
not great
bad.
eyes.
Very bad. Very bad. Very bad. Very bad.
Now this is tough. Like you hate this when you're
all in. Yeah, we're going with it, Casey. He's. Come on, kid. Yeah, I know it. It feels annoying. It's button versus big. You're just never folding, but
not really
let's go.
4-betting to call. I mean to fold.
Yeah, correct. You are. You hear him say he's not 4-betting to fold. We know he's not 4-betting to fold. And I think.
I mean, it's still not a small all in. You still don't He's obviously very happy now, but you were a little surprised to have to at least
For
take a
sure.
quick second to
Yeah,
pause.
just to be sure. I think Button versus Big. We're
But
just
now,
going to be going
now
with our
he's
hand a lot here.
obviously in a fantastic position to then scoop up another massive bounty.
pot. A massive pot.
Huge pot for the
Folded
tournament and a massive bounty. And that flop's not going to help Aaron here.
Yeah, Aaron's going to need a 4-side here.
Yep.
It's not going to be it.
2 outs, just one of the 2 remaining 9s. And the 5 on the river's not going to do it.
GG, Aaron.
Just a 6 spot for him.
Yeah, it's annoying.
It's pretty sick. I woke up.
Payout stage.
He's literally said, he's like, he's going to open anything, and he just woke up with it, and that's just a really 6 spot for Aaron.
Sure. For sure. Casey's going to secure a massive bounty right now. He's up piles.
only
He's
5
also
hands
going to
in.
take a... He had a commanding chip
Yeah,
lead to start, but now he
big
has
hand,
nearly as much as the
Yeah,
other
there's big
3
hands too,
players
right away.
combined.
And they still have deep enough stacks that they can play a lot. You know, when we've seen some of these giant chip leads, some of our smaller
what the
stacks have
problem was? We
been
played
around
seven-handed for like
15
2
to
hours.
20 big blinds,
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
the pressure being applied,
Sometimes
it's
it'd be
still
like that.
going to
Whenever
be
you
there,
get stuck
I
for
expect.
like a while and the
It's
blinds
not
go up for a lot,
quite as bad
then
when
like
your
the
stack
next
is on
people go out
30,
right away.
40 big blinds
Sure.
because Casey does have to navigate a little bit if he doubles
I don't know
up
why I asked if
Fred.
he had aces.
Fred then
But
has
like-
the chip lead.
Yeah,
if he doubles up anyone else, they're right there with him. So it's
Absolutely.
not quite as full pedal to the metal as we saw from
That's
maybe
why I was like,
Aubrey
it's either
or as we
ace king
saw
or he's
from
just, like,
Akash
making
earlier
sure,
on
like,
the streams
100%.
earlier this
I
week.
completely agree. Jason's
last
going to
week.
have
It was
a
nine.
decent amount of
Yeah, I
or
was
sorry,
shocked that he had
Frederic
nine.
and Samuel are going to have a
Really
decent amount of
shocked. If you
ICM
want it.
considerations
Well, he
in
probably
this
thought
case.
I
They're
was
going to be in the
just bullying,
cage
that's
until Jason's
That
either
didn't
out or
give me
above
any
their
credit.
chip stacks. In the meantime, good game, Mr. Hendy.
Yeah, Aaron Hendy scoops $30,040 for the 5th place finish, plus
Take it.
what looks to be
Right, right, right.
$24,850
in
or
my
so
pocket.
for the bounties.
Not too shabby.
So
I
if the
agree
maths, that would be about a
12-4.
$58,890
12-4
payout
Reach.
for this
12-4.
$2,200 PKO down here at the Winter Poker Open.
I don't know if you heard Casey, but he held the bounties
I'll
up. He
take
said 12-4 Reach. It's 12-4.
Straight
So I
to
guess
the
he's
kid's
letting us know
tuition.
up
Yeah,
in the
right.
booth exactly how much is going in his pocket. So we were at 24-8.
He's going to want to take
I don't know if
He
I
got-
drilled that earlier.
So yeah, we had 24.8. I think we had 24.850. We might have been again minimally
Yeah, I
off.
love it. So sorry. So
12-4
sorry.
additional.
So 12.4 added to Casey is gonna put Casey up to 38.1,
Bigs now, boy. Works for us.
Yeah. More chips
and
for
we're
you to
gonna
win.
continue four-handed here. And again, a fantastic run for Aaron Hendy.
Yeah,
I
GG,
know,
bro.
probably a little bit disappointed as well, but I mean, as we said, that's just a 6 spot, especially with what Casey's going to be able to open on his button there, and he can 3-bet wide too to put pressure.
All the
And
pressure,
just-
man. All the pressure. And I mean, button versus big. We have pairs high as 9s. I think we're just going to go with it in that configuration, especially against the chip leader.
Yeah,
I think the spot was fine. I think Aaron might have felt a little bit better when Casey was tanking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the hands just play themselves, to be honest with you, in that spot.
Yeah.
Some pros may disagree, and they're a lot better than me because I don't think I'm going to be able to fold my natural 8 in that
I don't-
configuration exactly.
I don't in that exact spot. I don't know how
very
getting away
tough
from
for me.
9 like 8s maybe.
8 is probably it would
But
probably
it's
be
right-
far
it's-
closer to the
I-
line.
I-
Yeah,
I'm-
it would be
I'm-
a significant pip.
Yeah, but even then, like if you look at the long game and what that would be able to do, the amount of pressure you'd still be able to put. You have been able to put on. Like he's gonna beat 8s.
Yeah, you're also again in the spot with a chip leader who can apply a lot of pressure. So my hand, in my opinion, it increases in value fairly significantly when I actually make a monster.
Here we have Casey open his cutoff. Fred calling the button with the ace jack and hitting the ace with the backdoor spades with the nut flush and the nut flush backdoor draw.
Yeah, Casey's gonna need Fred to make 2 pair and then a queen to follow in order to win this hand. He's gonna need to go perfect in a couple different ways. I mean, if I'm Fred, I'm probably just peeling here. Yeah,
Just
I think that's
let
better.
Casey fire.
Yeah, and we have a lot of there's not many turn cards we're really too afraid of. I mean, spades are great.
Ten of spades is probably the most fun turn we could have had here because now Casey picks up 3rd pair. He's gonna check, which obviously makes a
now
lot of
turns some
sense.
showdown value. I think
Yep.
when Fred defends facing Casey C-bet, Casey's gonna be a bit suspicious of his range.
Yep, and now Fred with I guess the more fun card would have been the 9.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, can I get a...
Check on the turn, which is fine. Fred's going to just realize the equity of his spade. He doesn't want to get blown off it.
See if you could let Casey, throw a little bit more out there. Give him a little bit more, because I don't think...
Can I get a hot tea with lemon and honey, please?
Casey checking and placing an order, hot tea with lemon and honey.
If you're going to check and place an order, I don't think he's got a whole lot of interest in this hand.
I was going to say, how strong is that? I don't know how strong that is.
Well, you know him better than I do. I actually did play with him a little bit. We were at the same table in day 2 of the 600 for the very short stretch of time that I was still alive in that. And
Oh, cool.
so I can't say that I know him very well, but...
I just see a value bet from Fred and a quick fold from Casey. He's done with the hand. He's just going to wait for his tea.
Wait for his hot tea?
Lemon and honey.
Lemon and honey.
Meanwhile, I got my Starbucks here with a little croissant. Mind if a brown boy speaks a little French tonight?
Good job, Andrew.
My croissant.
That's what I got?
Yeah.
Low under 2.
I don't know if I'm allowed to respond to that one.
6, 1.7. Yeah.
Thanks.
Just want to say thank you so much again to Kelly, Dave, BetMGM, and you Whitesmith, for having me.
I have aura like him. That's
What a blast.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
What a great show they
we're
put
here to
together.
have we're here to have a good time.
You guys have been doing awesome. It's been a great time. This is a blast. Whole crew's awesome. Shout out to Gorilla Gaming too, doing a great job with production, turning the
Risha isn't even
Borgata
in
into
the
a
box
production
yet.
studio.
They're walking around.
Oh, Casey, I don't know if you heard that. Casey said we're not even in the box yet. They're walking around, but I guess because we were out there before and we're seeing it in time with the chat.
Yeah, so we actually watched the action on a 30-minute delay. So we're not
correct.
watching the live action. For gaming integrity purposes, they limit the number of people that actually see the cards face up to the very specific people in the production room, and nobody else has access to that for, again, gaming
Stream
integrity.
integrity purposes,
So nobody's going to be able to pass along information to any of the players or anyone else.
Well,
so
that's
we're
right, they're not
actually watching
commentating
30
until,
minutes behind the actual action. So they saw us walking back and forth, and
Right, they
in
come
this
in
instance,
on the
it was
leg,
to
live.
make sure that we had...
As Casey's explaining in real time as well,
Yeah.
that we commentate on the delay. Yes, absolutely.
To make sure that we get like name pronunciations and a few of the small logistics. We were running around and
This is definitely some like interstellar Tenet
Good fold,
shit,
Sam.
right? You could
I don't
see
know what I have,
yourself
but good fold.
30 minutes ago.
yeah.
Some Christopher Nolan concepts.
Yeah,
50?
I've actually thought about asking people if they wanted to
Thank
join
you,
to
Chris.
hop on as a guest after they
Billy,
get knocked out.
what's going on, buddy?
And
How are we?
I haven't,
You're not wearing
because
a
it's
suit?
kind of like
Come on,
the
man.
I don't-
needle
Saw you in the
ish.
suit and
Exactly,
Sure.
exactly.
So professional.
Like Xiang, not to kick him in while he's down, and I hope he's not feeling down, having walked out with
He's made 40 racks.
$42,000.
I think he's all right.
He came in
Yeah.
with 4 big blinds.
Sure.
He can't have had a huge high expectation of I'm going to be here all day. Just being realistic with himself. That might have been one situation where I might have asked someone, and I don't know him personally, so I wouldn't have asked Xiang.
Well, what he was
But-
thinking and wanted to come in and give some insight into.
There's very, very few circumstances where I feel like that would be appropriate. That's one where it might have, if it was someone that we knew and
For
had,
sure. For sure.
But it would be funny to get someone to sit here and watch their own
Bust out. Yeah,
hit. And
exactly.
that's
Exactly.
the introduction to them on the commentary. That would be fun. But we wouldn't want to spoil the action for sure.
Yeah,
we
I
would bring
think we
them
have
on
to pick the
before they
right
get
people
knocked out.
too. Yeah. I remember when Andrew Moreno made that sick heads up hero call at the lodge.
Yeah.
And his wife was talking about when he like came home, but the stream was still on. And then he was like, and then he makes the hero just like, let's go. And he had to like not spoil it because he got home before the stream ended. As we see Jason finding a jam here.
Jason jamming under the gun. Our blinds did go up, so they had about 20 minutes left in the level to start the day, just under. So we are now up to 50,000, 100,000.
It's still a 23 big blind shove.
20?
That's
Sounds
a
right, Billy.
pretty massive overjam.
As the small stack with the Queen 10 going to be playing out of position to a button that has you covered, and with a lot of other action behind, I can understand because you're going to get a lot of weaker aces to fold. In a bounty tournament, that's a deep enough stack that a lot of the weak aces are going to fold. They might call 10 to 15.
True, I guess he has to just fade Casey in that spot for the most part, or he has to fade Fred or Sam waking up with a true monster.
Right.
Whereas a lot of pressure can be applied on him if he does click. The jam does feel kind of big.
A little bit bigger than I might.
Yeah.
But I certainly understand it for that exact reason. You put the pressure on instead of them putting the pressure on you.
Yeah, we just have all the fold equity. We have the most amount of fold equity, of course, when we jam there.
Yep. The bounty again. The bounty is on the smaller side. The small, not a small bounty.
Sure,
8,300 is not a small bounty, but the smallest bounty at the table.
Sure, so they'll have the least incentive to defend for that as
To
well.
go wider for it.
Absolutely.
And we did have a question in chat. Do we have a bounty count on the players? And I'll see if we can get this right now. We have Casey who gave us the update that he picked up 12-4.
That's correct.
So that would put Casey's bounty up to, 38,100, 38,100.
Correct.
Fred and Sam both came into the day with 15,400 bounties, and those are the same. And Jason came into the day with an 8,300 bounty, and that is also the same. Aaron picked up the first bounty.
All in from Jay. Fred limp blind v blind, which is fine.
So aggressive,
Jason jams his ace 3 of clubs, which I think is good.
And this one a little bit, even just that little bit deeper.
Far more justifiable.
Leave the
Still,
all-in
yeah.
button by him.
But also one of those that gets
Yeah, I'll keep it right
awkward with
Put it in your
the.
pocket.
It can get
Stack
awkward
sizing.
with the stack size.
Yeah,
right?
no, most definitely. I think jam is fine.
Oh,
Blind
yeah.
v blind there, even against the limp. I mean, I guess Fred's gonna have some traps in that spot, but like, God bless you if you do. And if none of those traps include an ace, run it. We're still like 30%, so
Yep.
ready to go.
We have a comment here that doesn't have 25, might have 17-ish bigs. They have enough chips in front of him that it's tough to eyeball the stacks and.
Oh, but it says he has 2.6 million unless I'm shut out.
The graphics have been pretty good for the most part, depending on. I think there was like one part of one stream where we were off a little bit.
Okay.
But I think we had a pretty good handle on the stacks going in, and I didn't see anything that threw them off.
No,
so
this
I
is
think they should
clearly
be
at least
good.
20 bigs. I mean, we can see
Yeah.
around 1.5 million in 100K chips.
Yeah.
So and then at least
Yeah.
a 20 stack of the 25Ks, which would equal 2 million.
That should be pretty accurate. There.
As Casey flops an AC, we are he flops top
Can I
pair.
boo you for that?
It was really bad. I was kind of just recovering from the fact that I had misspoken. To be honest with you, you can boo me. It's fine. You gotta do like the Patrick Star boo.
Boo this man. So Casey is going to bet his ace.
Yeah, in this spot facing when he opens it on the gun, I mean, he's just gonna see bet range against the big blind on this kind of board.
So Casey clicked, right? He raised to 200,000 under the gun.
Yeah, I believe he opened. I
Yep.
believe he
and the King 9, now, in this case, it's not one that we're going to see a follow-up, but he's going to be ahead of a lot of Casey's open range, and if he had the backdoor diamond draw, I think it wouldn't have been a surprise to see a peel
Yeah,
one.
that was a really dead texture for his hand, and it became pretty easy to muck. But yeah, I think that hand would see a lot of continues on a lot of different textures. I don't think we're defending the King 9-0 in that spot to fold on boards we connect with, of course.
And we didn't connect that board. And again, we're kind of going back.
Board, so we just had
We're deep enough that you can play back at Casey a little bit in some of these if you so choose.
Yeah, for sure.
Now that again, better spots if you connected with the diamond a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. You can continue and see where Casey shuts down and stuff like that. And like you said, given the dynamics, Casey's going to be
Here's a hand right here, 25 bigs,
All in.
all in. And,
he just
and-
rips. See, I think this is a spot where it becomes kind of dangerous because Sam's just woken up with a hand. Now Jason's
But he now has Sam covered though. Is that right? Or Sam's in the small blind, so I think he has Sam covered by
stacks high.
10,000 chips.
The white
by
stacks.
perhaps 60K. Yeah, it might be.
Because he's the bottom left count is what's behind. So if our counts are accurate, Jason
Sam's in the small blind. Yeah.
Sam's in the small blind, so Jason has
10,000
him
chips.
covered by 10,000 chips, which means this would be an all-in for Sam.
And Sam is not playing for the bounty in this spot, but I mean he is playing for a massive
massive pot
chip
for
up,
50,
yeah.
50 some bigs.
Yeah, and
having seen Jason do this twice before, I don't see a way that the jacks are going in the muck here.
Jason's if we're seeing Jason rip that wide, we're imagining Jason's ripping 10s and 9s there as well. So I mean we're just dominating certain pairs. If he's ripping like ace 10 suiteds,
Yeah, it's a huge
we're dominating. Yep, here we go. We get the rejam.
Here we go. So
He's the rejam.
Wake up with it.
Oh, Jason's jam is for less. It's for 2040. We have a correction. The bounty is in play for Sam,
first
which is a
one was
huge
so
difference.
So we were a
Damn,
little
Casey
bit off
peels
there.
the natty 9. We're just gonna let that go. But All right, I guess he's getting a count regardless.
No,
I think
no,
it's
I can
always
count. He has
always careful.
Yeah,
Always
it's
better to
not
be
gonna have
careful and
fun.
be sure. But
It's a very fun hand, though.
it is a fun
Very
hand,
fun,
buddy.
but
Ah, I blocked my outs.
It
man.
is a fun hand,
yeah.
oh, man.
Diamonds. Okay.
All right, well, Jason all in at risk here.
So with the update, yep, we do have Jason and his $8,300 bounty all in at risk with the king queen. Pretty close to a flip, but he did lose one of his queen outs here.
You guys are ready?
So you see about a 60-40 in Sam's favor going into our flop.
This is a cool setup for this all in. We got the two shot.
The king in the window though puts Jason in a really good spot to have
That's
a chance.
Massive.
The 10 brings out some
Spicy
more
turn.
outs
Sam
here
took the cutter.
for Sam, picking up the 9s as
outs.
well. So
Throw him the
one of
card. Let him peel it. Let him see the 4-side choice.
7 of diamonds
That's
not
no for
going to
Jay.
do it. So Jason Nguyen is going to double up with the king queen, up to a little over 4 million in chips. Sam going to be completely crippled, down to about 500,000, just over 5 bigs. Not out of it. We've seen people spin from 3 bigs several times already in the streams, just here at the Winter Open.
Renna came back from like 2.5 bigs in order to ship the Almighty. Yeah, he shipped the Almighty. He shipped the 400. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, again, so very, very disappointing for Sam. Never in a million years are you folding jacks when you've seen Jason open rip a couple times already.
Buddy, you know how hard it is to make a pair? I don't know if I'm folding anyway. It's fine. We can just go with it.
in the
I think Jay could have showed me queens, and I've been like, oh, sure, let's go. Go on.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I'm not that masochistic. But if you get the feel at the right time, maybe.
Is that good?
Can psychologically unpack my reasoning for that later.
Yeah, that seems. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll let you deal with that.
Not right now, Weisman.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
right now.
950 up there.
They need 90,000.
My parents were strict growing up.
It's like we're just getting some chip counts
Yeah,
accurate to
yeah,
make sure that
yeah.
everything's right there. And you know, again, if the graphic is correct now after the update on Jason's stack here, Sam will be left with about 5.3 bigs or so with the 100,000 Big Blind Ante. That math is pretty
I need
easy
to give
for
you
us.
exact.
Well done.
We're at a good Big Blind level for
Well done.
math.
My dad will be
I'll
proud.
keep
I can
it
be a bit less
on like
masochistic
the
now.
illusion that I got a lot of stacks.
It was
Nice
my
hand, man.
math, not yours. So why would he be proud of it?
Getting big hands. 4-way.
Oh,
Very
can't
good.
do this anymore.
Jacks.
As our boy Billy.
Imagine.
That Billy in the box it
Sick.
is as he ships over the pot to Jason after winning that flip.
Billy in the box have a random small world connection. My buddy who came in for the weekend.
Jimmy?
No,
I didn't know. I'll
not
tell you now,
not
just
not
'cause they
very
have
well known to
over.
the
Oh,
public.
if he
We just came in
folded,
for the weekend to have
I would have,
just a kind of a weekend
I'll never
getaway.
call it. But I
Billy
think
in the
about
box
it, you like
is
were smiling.
my
Like you
friend-
looked at your hand, you literally started doing
Brother-in-law's
this.
best friend.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
God,
Well, brother-in-law's best friend.
Yeah.
Well, at an Indian wedding, he would
He was
definitely be
smiling
invited
on
then.
his face.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
You
everyone
invite your
saw.
brother's cousin's
smile with
dentist's
that.
dog to the wedding. They can all come. It's insane. But yeah, Billy's awesome, man. Billy and I became close here, and then we saw each
saw
other
each
at the
other.
lodge.
Alright,
We
I
see each
guess
other
it's
every
Sunday.
series here. Him and Jimmy, his friend, who also deals.
So
We've all
gonna
become quite
gonna
cool.
loop back here to the action because now we have a very similar dynamic to when we started the stream, right? Where we've got the really short stack,
Yeah.
and Sam's bounty's 15,400
piles.
So that bounty right there is going to be in play very likely very soon.
Right now?
They said I have to wait.
Here it
Like,
is.
Right now? I think Sam's all in right now.
after I look at my
With the Queen Jack, of course he's going to be all
From the
in on
button, I
5
think it's
bigs.
super standard. Casey's so mad that he has to not be in this hand.
And when he sees this, like I wouldn't fault him if he wanted to ISO and go for it.
Honestly, given all that, I mean, knowing his hand, you'd probably hate that the most because he's dominated.
And now Fred makes the call. You see with the 9-3 of
Yeah,
spades.
I'm in the big guy call.
2.2, a little over 2.5 extra bigs. I mean, we're just in there for this bounty, man.
yeah.
We're 40% a lot of
The
the time.
math ain't math, and a little over 3.5.
Like 2 more bigs.
370 more.
Wow.
Yeah,
there's the-
brother. And there's the
the
9.
nine.
Well, that is mathing.
Chop it up.
Yeah. The king brings a
diamonds.
lot of
Opportunities
chop
and
outs.
a gutter.
Gut shot. So any Queen Jack 10 or diamond.
Wow.
Ace of clubs is not going to keep Sam here.
GG.
Very well played, Sam.
Safe
Again,
travels, bro.
Sorry
Very
about my
unfortunate.
single big blind mistake, Whitesmith.
What can I say?
That's why you're the pro, man.
What can I
I'm seeing
say?
a little bit.
So Sam Taylor out in 4th place for $40,070,
I had
but
one
on
of
top
your
of that
outs, too.
picks up the
I was gonna say it.
15,400 in bounties.
The 3.
And I think
I had Jack
the
3, he had me
graphic that we
dominate,
have,
but
the
I,
reason why I think your math
I had the diamond.
might have been a little bit off
had the
is
diamond.
that's the bounty that's on their head.
the
So he
Jack
might
of
have actually
hearts
picked
or
up a
three of hearts. What
little,
was
a
the
tiny bit more.
Yeah.
So Sam should be walking out of here with about 55,500 or so for his efforts here. And again, a fantastic run and just a truly sick
You have to
spot for
remember
him
how
to be
much.
put in here. At the bottom
Absolutely,
table.
most definitely. We got some comments here. Video Watcher 549 played with both of you, Rishi and Whitesmith, at the WPO.
then there were 3.
It was a pleasure, gents.
Look at
It was a
these.
pleasure to play with you, Video Watcher. Feel free to say hi with your
How much
true
have we
identity
locked
at
up?
some point, so we can know just how much of a pleasure it was to play with you, or if you just made us steam. Jason Yu in the chat, Dobin in the chat, whole group. Dobin getting a little bit of therapy out himself in post-poker series depression, as he says.
All right, we got three-handed.
We are going, as we heard, three-handed now, with some very, very deep stacks. So one thing about the way the last couple hands played out is now we have very deep stacks. Everybody over 40 bigs. Casey on just under 90. So we've got a lot of deep stack poker. And in a knockout, it can get a little crazy.
Most definitely. As Casey opens the 7-7 in position here on the button, Jason most definitely going to defend his big blind with the 7-6 of hearts. Let's see a flop. After a c-bet from Casey, this hand's going to end.
We would expect.
We would.
Now, I don't have a whole lot of history with Jason. It sounds like you have a little bit more live history with him than I do.
We have played together a few times, and I mean, even without experience, I don't imagine he would peel here unless he wanted to punt like me and just find like a raise for some reason that could not be found.
366. Green deck.
But as said,
As predicted, he does
as predicted,
just fold
Casey
correctly.
c-bets and Jason, yes, correctly folds.
Takes it down. What are your plans post-series, Whitey?
As you can see on the screen, this is the Borgata Winter Open powered
This is
by
cool.
BetMGM.
I mean,
BetMGM is leading into an
I
online
understand.
series
Different dynamics. Different
that
dynamics.
starts
There's a
on
but there's a
Sunday.
bounty.
Yeah.
And part
It's
of the
PKO.
merged online player pool, we run a fun
is
fantasy game within the community, and I'm helping facilitate that. So we're doing like a player-led, player-driven draft tomorrow.
That's sick.
And then I work actually with the MGM team. They help with an easy format for the results, so
Fantastic.
that we can just throw the results in and track track the fantasy game throughout the series.
That is awesome. That's cool. So you're drafting poker players?
We're drafting online poker players by username.
That's awesome.
We've gotten to know many of people, over the months, over the years. I've known a lot of the Pennsylvania players from before the Pennsylvania joined the combined merged pool.
100%.
And over the last maybe 9 months or so, we've gotten to know some of the players from New Jersey and Michigan as well. And that's the limit of BetMGM's. Real quick here, Jason flopping top 2.
Casey with a gutter and a backdoor flush draw. This flop can pretty comfortably go check.
So we'll have some of the online fun coming up. The 6 will give Jason the check mark with the full house.
I actually meant check upon Jason checking. I would have preferred to see a bet from Jason after opening pre. I guess he was looking to check raise in some spots, but I would have liked to see it continue. Now that he's turned
You know what? Now that he checked and turned the boat, I really like the check on the flop because
I guess now Casey
has to wonder is he is
for sure. Would he have continued to 6 on the flop? It's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's way easier to say when we turn the full house.
This game is so easy when you see it, right? Like when we see all the cards, it's much easier.
Casey peeling his king high. Let's see evaluate this river before I.
The 9 on the river is a card that Casey could certainly bluff at.
True. I was going to say there's a lot of rivers, too, where Jason's just going to value bet and Casey's going to feel like he should be hearing with king high. But, I mean, I was going to say you might have to realize how strong a bet would be.
Very interesting check from Jason here on the going to think Casey's going to think I don't think he is going to think he has showdown value because of the ace.
Yeah,
so we are going to see him count out some chips. We'll see what he chooses to do. It looks like $1 million or so.
It does
in
look
his
like
hand.
exactly $1 million.
We'll see what he chooses to do here. If he's going to go for a bet here, or if he thinks the king is enough for showdown value.
1.2.
1.2 million announced.
Size up even a little bit more. Goes for 1.2.
He's not going to be happy to hear the boom.
Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if Jason if Jason decides to get tricky, he's going to count out some chips here. If he's going to try and get tricky and go for a non-all-in size, I don't think we're going to see anything but an all-in.
I think we're just always all in.
But is there ever a chance where he just clicks it?
2.4?
Yeah, exactly. Is there ever a chance he clicks it just with like the...
Unfortunately, I think like even though Casey, if he had value, for example, would be getting a far better price, I think a click looks significantly stronger than all in this particular SPR as well with these depths. I mean, I would definitely experiment with it sometimes.
It's a fun
dope
random
idea. Yeah, super
it's
cool
a fun
idea.
random, just a thought to throw in there.
I love all the creative stuff there, but he did 2.7 million announced.
click.
He decided his
He left a little bit
7,
behind.
yeah.
Left that little bit behind, and Casey laughing.
He's trying to
Last
induce someone like me, where I'm like, I'm just gonna rep the 9-9 3-bet all in for the last 1 million. He can never call. And I just get snapped off by 7-6. And I'm like, all right, nice hand, guys. GG. Have
And
a good one.
Jason Nguyen picking up a huge pot here. Picking up another 2 million in chips to add to his stack, and up over 6 million.
Tim Farrow, happy New Year, buddy. Hey, Tim Farrow. What's up, Tim Farrow?
Close.
Video watcher says I shipped a double board tourney.
Probably had the best.
That was a night that was a lot of fun. So were you at the table with the White Russians, and we were having a good old time.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
a fire time. That's great.
Good rip.
Thank y'all so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Got nearly 300
Praise
people in
the
the
Lord.
chat. Tim Burns, what's good, baby? What's up, Keegan? Thank you, bud.
First act.
Thank y'all so much for joining us. I'm Rich. This is Whitesmith. We're here with BetMGM Poker at Borgata, bringing you all the PKO action. As Jason looks down at the 9 duo on the button, promptly lets it go.
King 6 in the small blind is going to certainly be enough for Casey to be involved some way.
Most
we see
definitely.
Fred with the ace 5 in the big blind, so we'll certainly have some chips going in the pot here. We'll
Most
see
definitely.
how much.
What's a 325?
Casey comes in with a raise. 3.25 bigs.
3 1/4.
And ace 5 is an interesting one here, where he's got the ace in position, so some people will flat. Some people really like using ace 5 as a raising hand.
I actually prefer, again, it's so easy when we can see the cards, but I actually do prefer a 3-bet here in certain situations from Fred. He does decide to peel.
Attention players.
I think that the ace in position gives him a lot of, being in position, I think, here is going to give him a lot more comfortable flatting and playing post.
I agree. I think, I think Casey's going to then barrel. He believes Casey's going to barrel range on ace-high boards, and he's going to be under-repped and be able to
Exactly.
call off. The only problem is, in situations like this, especially when we're last in chips, so we have the least amount of ICM, I think we're going to let Casey realize a lot of equity with his 40% hands.
As we see with Casey picking up a king here on the flop, on the king
Precisely.
7-2, and
It's going to be a bit tougher to navigate now, right? Our ace-5 just shrinks so significantly.
sure. But we are also at a deep enough part of the tournament where you don't want to get blasted off your ace pre-flop.
Most
here as well.
definitely, or just run into it and be out of the tournament in a blind BVB config.
We've already seen a few sick coolers, a few sick setups.
Most definitely, and hundreds of them or thousands of them throughout the streams that we've had in the prior days as well.
Yeah.
It's a sick game, man.
So Casey checks the flop and Fred checks behind. The 10 on the turn doesn't really change a whole lot for Fred, and he's just going to fold to Casey's bet here on the turn and live to fight another day. Pick a spot where he's a little bit more comfortable, where maybe he's driving the action. Now I don't know Fred personally as well either myself, but maybe he's someone who prefers to be driving the action. With certain types of hands, certain styles.
Absolutely, just playing a passive evaluative style at the moment.
Yeah.
That's never a bad thing. I mean, he can find better spots. I guess he believes in his opinion, which may not be wrong either.
So Michael Lavin said, you guys already did a fantasy draft for this upcoming series, right? Any idea who went for the most money? I don't actually remember. We did. We're doing a couple different versions of the fantasy, and I actually don't remember who went for the most. Knowing Michael Lavin, I'm assuming he's asking that because he went for the most,
Yeah.
which is very, very plausible. That said, I can't actually confirm that.
That's so funny. My boy Pagan telling me I stink. I love you too, buddy.
I haven't noticed anything, but yeah, we are on the opposite sides of the couch, so.
My screen name is Curry in the Pot.
We see here Casey raising the ace-7 on the button. Jason in the big blind with the king-6 of spades.
Looking for a 3-bet. Now this is going to be a very interesting
Put in.
config.
That's looking like a hefty 3-bet. Look at 800 or so.
Funny, I prefer him
$850.
to use his rag versions of this hand as his 3-bet bluff, and his suited combos can actually just peel against Casey.
Plays pretty well out of position.
Post, yeah, I mean, it plays fine. Casey can actually apply some pressure here. I think Jason's just opened the door. Let's see if, and Casey is the type to do so.
We've seen Jason putting a lot of chips in,
Absolutely.
and Casey hasn't played back weakly by any stretch, right? Like the only time we saw him play back was with the ace-7. So
Absolutely.
I'm wondering if what's going through Jason's mind is, let me play back at him here and see if I can start to maybe run him over, bully the table. Now, I don't know any dynamic that they may have had before.
Sure.
This is a really tight fold.
He's just mucking. He's just mucking.
Once you say that, I don't think he's ever
really
put another chip
How
in.
sick would that level be?
Yeah, what's the
Yeah,
other?
so
That's
really
the
tight
one that matters, the other one.
fold.
4-bet.
It's like, oh, you had king queen, or you just had me dominated.
Very
Nice,
interesting there. I understand the ace-7
King
shrinks a
queen
little
or
bit
just
there.
Domination nation.
It's weird, and it's very similar to the ace-5, where in position you get to make a lot more decisions post-flop. But I don't think you really want to be playing that big of a pot pre-flop with an offsuited ace-7,
Sure.
an offsuited, in my opinion, an offsuited ace-5.
Casey has to come to the conclusion in order to do anything right that Jason is just either getting out of line 3-betting,
Yeah.
or is just 3-betting, misvaluing 3-betting a worse hand than the
Yeah.
ace-7-0. And he probably believes in this configuration with the ICM that exists for Fred to bust.
Yeah.
Because second and first are effectively the same amount barring the bounties, right? That Jason probably wouldn't be risking getting out of line against the chip leader in this spot.
Really?
Or it might not be worth it for him to, even if he thinks that there's a chance that he is. He might say that ace-7 is not the one.
He
that
can
I
just
want
kind
to.
of edge past the spot and,
Yeah.
and wait for a better one. He has more than enough chips in order to continue comfortably.
And now we have Jason walk Casey with a jack-6 in the small blind. Casey has an ace there. I think he looked down. Did we see if he looked down and looked at
I
his
didn't see
cards?
him reveal it. He definitely, but knowing Casey, he definitely
Yeah.
checked. He definitely checked.
Yeah. That was a fun thing to kind of follow throughout the series. Is when
See
you
how many
get
people
walked, do
peeled their
you
walks.
take a look?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the reverse implied odds of looking when you get a walk are huge, right? Like, because either I'm just going to see a hand that has no bearing on me, or I'm going to look down at a monster and be steaming, right? I still peel it, and I tried to teach myself the emotional control to not be bothered by it. But like, how tilting is it to just
Here's
peel
Jason
like
on the
aces?
button. Now we're a lot deeper, so we're not going to get an all-in here, I can't imagine. But
I surely
the
hope
ace-9
not.
offsuit on the button,
And Casey might find a 3-bet with this King Jack O out of the small blind.
Casey has a hand. King Jack. King is. They do share the club, but the only way that they interact here. Casey with the King Jack offsuit, facing a lot of aggression
I
from
don't
Jason.
hate a flat either, for the record, especially given the PK.
It looks like those are raising chips.
They are. It looks like 7 and change.
And Fred with the 10-5 in the big blind, just sitting there going, "Am I going to get a hand, or are these guys just going to go battle back and forth and back and forth
Hey,
and back and
Fred
forth?"
doesn't necessarily hate a collision between these two, right? I mean, Casey knocks out Jason. Fred makes a decent amount of money.
Yep. Jason doubles your Casey, and now Fred can stack Casey and take his massive
100%.
bounty.
There's a lot of dynamic at play here.
And we're deep, too, so there's a lot of wiggle room for people to get a little spicier than if we were at 25 to 30 big blinds.
Absolutely. Jason peeling the ace-9-0 on the button. Let's go to a flop. 9-6-3.
Top pair, top for Jason. Casey with just 2 overs.
I wouldn't feel too inclined to continue on this board if I were Casey.
Looks like he's gonna.
Fuck me, I guess.
Casey with 425. That's certainly not going to get Jason out of here. We'll see how Jason chooses to play this.
I think it should be a pure peel. This time Jason concurs.
Just with the call. Yeah, not a huge amount of concern with that board.
Yeah, obviously
The
our
king
hand
on
needs
the
some
turn.
protection against those kind of cards, but at the same time, if we're already beat, we do not want to be bloating this pot.
The king on the turn gives Casey top pair, and he snap checks it.
Should see check here.
Jason checks behind. And then 9
Oh
on
my
the river.
God.
Wow. So Casey
Oh
picks up top pair. Jason picks up trips on the river, and Casey after seeing that check back, certainly should understand that the 9s will check back. But Casey's going to pull out some chips to look for some value here.
I like check call from Casey here. I mean, the 5-4 suited, the 8-7 suited, the 10-8 suited, all of Jason's continues that weren't pairs bricked, all draws bricked. And I think we want to pot control and just go into check call mode here. But I guess he is betting for some value.
It looks like a 1.4. Yep, 1.4 comes out from Casey.
Drilled it.
Jason now deciding what he wants to do. We saw him go for the non-all-in click once already.
I don't hate it again. I mean, no, actually now it looks even stronger to click on this texture, I think. He's never like clicking a king. Let's
see what the decision is.
All in.
Yeah, he decides to just pile.
He piles it in, and you see Casey's immediate reaction. I like watching. You see Casey's thoughts on his face
In real
across
time.
his
Yeah,
whole body.
Absolutely.
Scared of that.
You know, Fred's sitting back there just saying, "Please call, please call, please call, please call." Doesn't care who wins, just please
I wish
call,
you
please
could
call,
cut
please
into
call.
players' thoughts, just little office-like documentary style things. pull Fred into his booth.
At some frequency.
So
Jason's talking.
Yeah.
So this is interesting.
Some
Casey said, "Do you have
hands.
aces?" And Jason says, "At some
I'm
frequency."
gonna need a minute.
I think that's pretty strong. In this
I wish I
spot
wasn't
to
bluffing,
speak.
so then I could just quickly muck him. But
Let's see if he's gonna talk his thoughts out.
slow playing aces. Guess you could have king, queen, ace, king. Can I see how much?
Casey asked for a count.
0.7 there. 5 million. 5.135. 5 million.
I don't think this is a bluff enough for Casey to be able to find one here.
I'm gonna need another one.
Oh, what's up,
please.
Jules?
It's very confident.
Chris Sando.
Ordering another drink.
There's the sip of the drink.
Yeah, he just ordered another one from the server.
I guess.
This isn't the kind of nervous sip from a drink either. This is it seems like a very confident.
I guess my 9s are good.
Did you hear
You
that?
could have 9s. It would just be sick, especially because I hit that turn.
I've seen Casey hero in a multiple in a number of spots, both correctly and incorrectly. I'm
Aces.
I'm curious to see how he.
I'm just gonna sit back and listen to his thoughts.
That's a good way of telling me to shut the fuck up.
Reach, this is a hard hand, man.
I understand,
tell ya.
buddy. I understand. See, he knew I was talking. he wanted to talk.
Still at 50 bigs.
There's better spots. Just let it go. Just
I don't know.
He already
I
said
think you're
my
right.
9s are
think,
good.
I think you just like super strong here, but
under bluff spot. Very under bluffed.
His analysis is very correct. All right, I will shut the fuck up. You guys do it. You guys do that.
super strong.
It's a very under bluff spot.
Yeah. I would love to see a bluff if you are bluffing.
Well done, Casey, man.
Nice bet, buddy.
Well done, kid. Well
You
done.
want to show? I'll find out in 30. You'll find out in 30 minutes. I think it was a great fold.
It was a good fold.
It was, Casey. It was a
think-
very good fold.
Yeah, excellent for you or for me? Like you got to clarify.
Unfortunate for me.
Correctly deduced the
And I wanted to
situation,
call.
Casey.
That was a crazy
When he started tanking, I was trying to avoid the snap call.
Well done, buddy.
The snap call, I was like, "All right, I'm good here."
Correctly deduced the situation, Casey.
Bravo, Casey.
Was that bad, Reach?
No, Pop.
Yeah.
No. Good job, kid.
By the time you'd get his answer, you'll
You
already
know
see
whether or
that
not it was
wasn't-
bad. That is
wasn't
also
bad.
true,
Nice
yeah.
hand, Jason.
We enter another
So
one of
Jason-
our Inception-like problems.
Jason takes a huge pot there, up to almost 9 million in chips, and you can see just under 90 bigs, as we are still at the 50,000, 100,000 small blind, big blind level here. Casey takes a little bit of a hit, but still, as he was saying, at 50 bigs. And Frederic still at 36, so still plenty of playable. Anyone's game here
Very much so. Very much so.
We'll see what how Jason's game, if it shifts at all, now that he has this chip lead.
Casey opening the 9-8-0. Jason was playing aggressively as a shorty as well, so it's quite interesting. See how he responds to the Jack 8 of hearts in the big blind here.
8?
A little less. Like,
Thank you.
a little less than 9. A little less than 9.
Thank you.
985, 885 in blue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, it sounds like our graphic might be a little bit
I was
off
gonna
here.
say, how did Casey? There was no way that pot was that massive, right?
885.
We're gonna have to take a look as Casey flops a gutter. Jason with 3 to a straight flush. A lot of backdoor options here.
Go check on the
Casey
on the
choosing to realize his
10-6-4
equity.
flop, and Jason picks up the force to the straight flush. Casey now with the double gut and blocks said straight flush.
What a turn! Check. Wow.
The 8 on the river
Pairs
pairs them
of them.
both. Jason with the kicker. We'll see if Casey goes for any value. He doesn't. He chooses just to check it back, and Jason's going to take it down with the Jack 8 and
Wisely so.
the blocked
Second turn.
straight flush.
Oof, would have played a nice one.
Good river check.
Yes, indeed.
I hit the 8 too.
He's giving himself the props for us. We already said good check, Casey. We got you.
You're trying to set me up.
Hey, Billy. Yes, this is me in the box.
Hope that
Here with my
check
boy,
raise on
White
turn.
Smith.
I
Thank you
fold
for
my
joining us.
double-gutted, probably.
We were talking before about the flip. We got a comment, negative free roll, never look. See, I disagree with that. I'm a fan of the just flip it for the table, don't look first, and just throw it out there
Just for entertainment purposes.
Just for entertainment purposes.
Sure.
Because I'm not thinking anything about it. You talked about the psychology, right? I'm not thinking anything about it. The hand's gone, hand's done.
100%. Like I said, I've tried to definitely evolve around that as
So
well.
the way I look at it is if you get it all in pre-flop and you've got, let's say aces or ace king against nines, and you hit an ace and they hit a 9. I'm not mad about the 9 coming on the river because the money was all
The
in
same
free, right?
flip
It's the same
anyway.
thought.
Yeah, it's the same flip.
thought.
However it came out. Yeah, absolutely.
If it came out 9-9, I still lose.
Same thing. It's or if none of our cards connected,
Exactly.
it'd be still
Doesn't
yeah.
ma- it's the same idea there. It doesn't matter. Hands over, nothing I can
It's
do.
a very mature professional framework. I just think a lot of people struggle with it, and I've been guilty of so as well.
Blind versus blind here. We did get a
I
raise
know.
pre.
I
So
thought the
Jason
same
raised
thing.
to
Stupid
3.5
flop where I lost piles.
bigs
Are
pre.
you gonna check the flop or bet this
Casey
time?
calls. Jason picks up top
think I'm gonna
pair.
bet this time.
Casey
Okay.
picks up an open end with the higher straight
Huge?
possibility
Okay.
on one of the open
That's
ends. They both pick
How
up
much?
backdoor club draws. Casey with the backdoor straight flush draw as well.
Very wet board.
I like big bet on this board from Jason.
And we get that. 525 into, what was that, 800, and Casey comes along with the call.
Deuce of spade.
Almost 2 million in
That'd
the
be
pot
fine
here.
with me.
So hard.
Almost calls it.
7 is very good right now.
Same exact thing though. Doesn't interact with the board in any way.
I think when Casey doesn't raise this flop, wow. I was gonna say I think when Casey doesn't raise this flop and he speaks, Jason can think he has the best hand a lot still, and continue to barrel this turn for protection without fear of being raised. But he does decide to slow down and check, pot control this line a little bit on this brick.
Yeah, I think I got you this time, but
Casey with the I think I got you this time, and a turn lead after being checked to.
800,000.
Dude, Jason has a small grin on his face. It's pretty interesting.
About 40-ish% it looked like.
Yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Math
I
major.
got you still.
Math major. Wow.
Chirp back.
A lot of
You're trapping.
speaking.
Maybe you trapping me.
I don't know. I'm not trapping. I'm betting. We'll see though.
Oh, my drink's here. Oh, it's a good turn.
Jack of clubs on the river is interesting because, talking strength could very easily be on a draw. This brings in the flush draw. This doesn't do anything for Casey's straight draw. The jack shouldn't scare Jason too much, but the club might. So we'll see what the action goes here.
Curious to see if Casey goes for it here.
Based off of the talk, it's tough to see him not putting something in here.
1.8.
I heard 1.8 million is the bet.
I'm not afraid too much of that jack. So if Jason thought he was good, I expect we
two whites
might see a
behind.
call.
Yeah, the club's the only fear, and I mean, honestly, I think I would have preferred all in from Casey.
Put that extra bit of pressure on it.
Because I think our flushes go all in as well. I mean, it does look more value-y here, but I think our flushes go all in. It's like 1.8 to win, what, 5 million for Jay? We're getting like nearly 3 to 1. His hand needs to be good like little over 25% of the time.
This time I'm not check raising this time, though.
And now we're going to see him go into the tank.
And trying to piece together the story.
Seven, 8.
Don't move, Casey. Don't check your cards, buddy.
8. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pay you off this one.
I'm okay with that.
So 1.8.
Good call.
Jason,
Yeah.
picking off Casey.
Nice, the 7-10. Yeah. Just running better. Nice hand, buddy.
A very big pot here again for Jason. And Jason now in a commanding chip lead here.
Respect you going for it, Case.
The blues are what denomination?
5K.
So if the blues are 5K,
All right. This is the bounty to chase, guys.
Casey.
that looks relatively accurate then.
It does. I was thinking
Yeah.
that as the hand was playing out before.
Yeah.
The stack sizing was correct.
Yeah.
Casey, if
And
anyone can spin
dominate
it to you,
pre-flop,
buddy.
too.
Good luck,
I
kid.
know. I don't put you on a
Sick.
7 there. I don't put you on 7-10.
Sick.
It's a very nice find from
Same
Jason,
fucking
though.
flop from last
Yeah.
time, too.
Decided that he didn't think he had the clubs, and if he was already ahead, then he's still going to be ahead.
He picked a good combo as well. I mean, he had a club in his hand, which is really helpful. I think when we're deciding in those situations, when we're
Yep.
going to call and when we're going to fold, that'll be an influencing factor. The combos without a club would probably lead more towards fold, and this combo, when deciding a hero, was going to be a call. Jason with the 6-5-0 on the button. Now with a dominant chip lead and able to fly. Oy. I mean, this should just be a walk.
Yep.
Hey,
Fred,
that's-
do we look?
Is it?
We've
been talking about it the whole
I
time.
felt
My goodness.
Aces?
I was like, I was real close. I was thinking, like,
I literally 9-3 off every
Like,
hand. This is like so fun.
I was thinking about like,
So
this slide this time, like, nah,
Fred-
let it slide. It's
Fred,
like-
I don't think has Fred played a hand.
Dude's been, he played like one, remember? Dude's been watching
Oh
them
my God.
collide the whole time. He's like, let's go.
Aces.
Sorry.
This is pretty sick.
so
I thought you said
tilting.
So card dead. And aces when.
I don't care. I don't care. It's up to them. Oh, no. Do we want to skip the break? No. I need to use the restroom.
Yeah, me too.
That's kind of funny. That'll be good for
So as you can hear, we are nearing the end of a level.
I've been so card dead and.
Gonna be taking a quick break shortly.
Casey on 11 bigs here with an ace on the button.
I think we're all in.
All in.
Yep.
Yeah.
With a massive bounty, right? 38,000 bounty. Jason with the Jack 9. I
One chain.
think we'll get a call here in a bounty tournament.
12 bigs.
In a normal
Yeah.
in a normal tournament, no.
Yeah, but for the incentive with the bounty
For
for
the
12
30
bigs
for the
is
38
piles.
85.
And you got to think that the majority of the time you're in the kind of 60-40. You can be against two overs.
He has
but
over 100 bigs as well. I mean, this is just with a $30,000, $36,000 bounty in play.
38.
$38,000 bounty in play.
38-1.
So crazy.
Yeah, I think we just go with it here, take our 40%, especially if Casey's ripping pairs as well. We can be flipping. We can have better
Very
equity than we
easily.
thought. So yeah, I don't think
Does he
we're
ever
folding
flip? Does he ever rip a 10-9 here?
Way ahead. That's good.
We
feeling.
could be dominating sometimes with 10
There
nines.
are-
I don't
Way
know
good.
for 11 bigs if he does, because 11 bigs is still enough that we can probably want to
We
wait for
we can
either a
maybe
pair or
lip
a
it or
high
something.
card. Yeah, precisely. To see if we get pressure back. If I'm Jay, I don't think I'm folding this hand.
And you got like five blues.
Yep.
Jason taking a quick inventory of stack.
Taking his time to just kind of fully understand what the impact of calling and losing might look like.
Absolutely.
Does make the
Yeah.
call.
Yeah.
Casey's going to be all in and at risk. He is going to be ahead.
I mean, obviously I know I'm ahead when he tanks, but
So we've got the ace-3
I think it's
for
the right
Casey,
call.
the jack-9 for
no, I
Jason.
think
Both
it's the
suits
right call
are
for my
live for
bounty,
Jason.
yeah, even though you know you're behind.
See
like,
the equities down there, 55-45.
60-40 spot.
We love a little 60-40.
The open brings
Always a
14
sweat.
outs on the
You got
flop here for
backdoor
Jason.
diamonds, too.
Queen 10-5.
That's a good
10
card
on the
for you.
turn is
Too
a
many
good card
out syndrome?
for Jason.
Too many outs?
9.
5 on the
Wow.
river does
Double
give
pairs the
Jason the
board.
double up.
Gives Casey the double
I'm
up.
sorry, Casey the double up through Jason.
alive.
Thank you. We are going to be taking a quick break. It should be just under 15 minutes. We'll be back three-handed still with Casey getting himself back up over 20 bigs here at the final table of the 2200 Progressive Knockout at the 2026 Borgata Winter Poker Open.
We'll see you guys
We'll be
in a few.
back.
Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Hello and welcome back to Atlantic City, New Jersey at the Borgata Casino and Hotel for the final table of the 2026 Borgata Winter Poker Open PKO final table. It's a $2,200 buy-in, had a $1 million guarantee. Believe we had a little bit of an overlay, came up just short of that. We're down to our last 3 contestants. Jason Nguyen in the chip lead with just under 100 big blinds. Fred Normand in second with 30 big blinds. And Casey Mann in third currently with just over 20 big blinds, thanks to his double up just prior to the most recent break. We'll take a look real quick as well at the bounty sizes, and if we got this correct, Casey has the largest bounty at 38,100, give or take. Fred has a 15,400 bounty, and Jason currently has an $8,300 bounty on him.
As Jason looks down at King to start us off after break. Casey probably not going to be defending his Doyle here.
Casey with a weak enough hand to hopefully, for his sake, dodge some potential pain.
Most definitely.
All in.
Okay,
He's
Jason
just going to go
piles.
for a rip. So we are up now to 60,000, 120,000. So it is not a...
Add 7 deuce.
Man, I was waiting for it.
He wakes up.
I was like, should I mid-click it or should I just fucking rip it?
No, do whatever you want, bro. No coaching, no coaching.
I don't actually hate that
Yeah,
in a
because
PKO.
Casey might hero off light. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the idea is interesting. I think he's torching a little, but it's not bad. It's a cool idea.
It's in a PKO, it's an interesting thought to come into play. In a normal tournament, that's way too big of a
Actually,
risk.
yeah, I just have an extra 40 grand incentive for you when you do call off. Yeah, true.
And you know, if
opposed to
Casey
going post.
wakes up with a weak ace,
Suited, though.
and he's the short stack, there's a realistic chance that he takes
finds
that
a hero?
spot.
Yeah, no, actually,
or if he has a king, jack, king, queen,
Sure.
he
The
might.
meta is pretty interesting for sure.
Yeah.
Or like a pair.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
like a pair. Like 7s, 8s, 9s.
Yeah,
I think we're
absolutely.
just beating him in the pot, blind versus blind, right?
Yeah.
As Casey's going to wake up with the ace king right now.
So Jason with the queen 8 on the button and the chip lead. Looks like he's going to open here. 240. The min open. 260, excuse me.
Decides to open a little above min.
Casey with the ace king and just under 20 big blinds now. Send them in.
Yeah, I think he is looking at I think all in's just the best option.
Yeah, just doing some counting here.
Sure. So I don't really want to 3-bet to a non-all-in size, and for some reason this dude just peels to try to get my bounty, right? I'd rather just... Yeah, there we go. Let's go. Good luck, kid.
Yeah, out of position with an offsuit ace king there.
For sure.
For under 20 bigs, it's just going to go.
With the bounty instead of in play as well, I think we're just going to be all in a lot.
Yep.
3, 6,
And
7.
Jason going to do some math just in case because
2.2.
Queen 8 doesn't normally look good in a spot like this. But again, in the bounty tournament, just trying to make sure you have the full
2.2,
math before making a decision.
4, 6,
And
7.
Yeah, I'm risking like 22 bigs to win like 40 grand, right? So like, yeah. It is a pretty interesting spot. I don't think Jason's gonna find this to be the opportunity though. Casey should chip up a little in this spot.
Yeah, a lot different than the Jack 9 before for
definitely.
half the amount.
Most definitely.
Tang with do 7.
Do so, good snap.
I wonder if they're playing a little deuce 7 game on the side now that they've all locked up.
Oh, you're
you
a
know,
sicko like me. That's the stuff I would think about. Do we have like a
40,000,
little prop side action?
54,000 locked up for their placement. So third place will
Purple
get
chip, purple. You just pull your purple chips off your bounties, and this is 500 per new 7 game. So fire.
Unfortunately, you can't do that in a PKO because that does factor into the bounties.
For sure.
With the 54,000 plus all of the bounties locked up, they've all locked up at least $60,000.
Imagine playing like Squid Game.
It's the second or third time you've brought that up.
Squid Game?
Yeah, I don't know Squid Game. I know of it. I just don't know it very well.
It's a progressive Nick game.
I know of it. I just don't know it. So
Yeah, for sure.
So feel free to continue the references, but you're on your own with them. I'm unsure.
Squid Game is also a Korean drama television show on Netflix.
I've seen it on Netflix.
That's also Squid Game, if that helps. That's the other version.
That's how I've seen it. That's how I know the name.
Fred looking down at the King Queen. I think we're just gonna We're actually,
There's plenty of
pretty
options.
deep. Yeah, we're
there's plenty of
33 bigs.
options at this depth.
We're a little under 33 bigs deep, but
He is just going to limp. Jason with a 9-8 of hearts. Pulling for some raising
yeah, we're
chips
at
here.
120K now, not at 100K anymore.
Yep, we've gone up to 60K small blind, 120 big blind with 120 big blind ante.
Jason is going to raise his 9-8 of hearts. I actually think Jason can check this combo, especially the suited combo. It plays great in position post-flop facing a limp. I don't think he really needs to apply pressure here. I mean, he does know Fred is a bit caged given Casey's ICM at the moment.
Pull-in.
Yeah, we find the limp pile, so now Jason's just going to very quickly release.
And I don't hate...
No, you're strapping.
I don't hate Jason trying to get chips into the pot. You know, at any point he's going to... if he's going to... you know, and again, PKO dynamic can change things a little bit, as always. But if he's going to kind of make his view being, I'm going to consistently put chips in, then I don't mind him just being consistent with
Throughout
it.
his range.
If he's going to try to just basically
Apply pressure.
bulldoze the table in every possible opportunity.
Sure.
We saw Aubrey do that last week, and it didn't matter what she was looking
She
at.
put on
they
a
were going.
dominant performance. Yeah,
It didn't matter what she was looking at. When anyone showed a sign of weakness, she was putting chips in.
Absolutely.
Plays well
So
post-flop.
from a pure hand standpoint, the 9-8
if you're
certainly
playing,
plays well
yeah.
in position there.
call it all in.
But
You call
from
it
out. Hell no.
I've got 100 bigs or 95 bigs and you've got 30 bigs and I'm just going to try and pressure you
Yeah,
every
what are you gonna
single
do
time.
about it?
You're
Yeah,
not going to
yeah.
be allowed to limp
I ain't
against
calling
me.
the
I don't mind it.
Yeah, does
Not
set
at
a-
all.
Does set a
I've been
decent
so
tone as
active.
well.
I'll
The
let you
lips
guys
will
battle
be
a little.
will be squeezed.
Yeah.
Does allow for some more traps to be introduced from Jason and Casey.
Certainly.
Knowing that,
It's just going to create it when we're this deep, you know, and Aubrey's run, we're again with the consistent aggression. Some of the stacks that she was up against were a little bit shorter than
sure.
this.
So it was a bit easier.
So the dynamic was a little bit different, but again, trying to put people in a spot where you're not going to get a cheap limp.
Absolutely.
I don't hate it. At any point when you've got 90, 100 bigs.
Yeah, his risk premium is also just so low right now in terms of response. I mean, okay,
So-
we burned 3 bigs, we burned 4 bigs.
Yeah.
We don't even hate. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. So you can play it. There's a bunch of ways to play it, and now we'll see Jason with the limp here on the 9-5 on Casey's big blind.
Who's going to have
Casey.
the opportunity to squeeze? He does. He piles.
He just shoves it all. This is what Jason was doing earlier, that same 20 big blind, same 20 big blind
Absolutely.
range.
And Casey points out it was an overshove. I mean, BVB, it's fine facing the limp. Again, we're just trying to get, I mean, if we're Casey with as little ICM as we have, we don't hate getting called off light there, right? I mean, we're not missing a pay jump, and we're going to want to take our 60-40 spots where we're 60.
You know, if Jason is trapping with a big pair or an ace-king,
God bless him.
you know, but
Deity bless him. Spirit bless him. Bless him.
that's the way it is. Jason with a jack-8 on the button, drink in hand.
Made me think of that Tupac song. Changes. That's just the way it is.
I'm actually familiar with that one.
Proud of you.
Yeah. Not many people would expect that from me either.
Yeah. Proud of you, Whitesmith.
We got some raising chips here from Jason with the jack-8 on the button. Casey with a 9-8 off in the small blind.
Be a pretty easy muck.
And there it goes. And Fred with an ace in the big blind. I expect we'll see a defend. Ace-2 offsuit. Covers the diamond of Jason's jack. Obviously he doesn't know this. You know, at a deep enough depth that I don't think we're not going to see anything more than just the call here.
Yeah, especially with Casey being short underneath Fred by about 1 million chips or over 1 million chips.
So we are going to go to a flop, heads up.
I was also wondering, you and I both had a bit of a curious look on our faces, wondering if you would ever find a 3-bet in that spot.
On a different stack, different stack depth. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree, especially in a 3-handed
With the
conflict.
Jack 10-8 flop here, Jason flops top pair with a backdoor straight and flush draw opportunities. Fred doesn't have a whole lot that he likes from this. He does have some backdoor chances here, but I don't think this is going to be a board texture he's going to really have been looking for. And probably not one we're going to see him continue.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty. Yeah, he releases.
Jason bets, and he beat him into the pot with the fold.
Beat him out of it. Yeah, for sure.
From the chat here, The chips that look like the chips that you would play at at a blackjack table or at across the casino, those are in fact part of the bounty. That's how they track the progressive knockout part of the bounty.
Those chips do have cash value.
Yes.
And if you're just tuning in with us, those gray chips are going to be worth $5,000 a piece. Those orange pumpkin chips are going to be worth $1,000. The plums are going to be worth $500, and those black chips are going to be worth $100 USD. As Casey looks down at the ace queen of diamonds on the button, it's a sexy hand to see three-handed.
He's got now a little over 20 big blinds. We got enough to. It's a little above even the all-in ripping range that he did blind versus blind that we saw from Jason before. So
yeah, we like the open here.
We see the open.
We're just snapping off to any 3-bet resistance from Jay. We're just never fully his hand. We're clicking to be able
now,
to
if Jason decides with the 6-3 here that this is the one that he's going to ride with, we haven't seen him get that far out of line.
Yeah,
we've seen him pile a lot of chips in, but we haven't seen him getting out of line. And yeah, Casey's just going to take down a small pot here.
Very bad baccarat hand.
He did have a very bad baccarat hand. He's doing that for me, I guess. Meanwhile, Jason had the natural 9. 3 side, no side. As we move on to our next shuffle, our boy Ginge, Chris Keem in the box. What's good, Chris?
We had the question of where is Frederic Normand from, also in the chat. I believe Frederic is our Canadian contestant here. I believe he's down from, I think it was Quebec.
I just saw a red card.
But it was...
The bottom card was red. Just careful.
I believe he was from north of the border, coming down from Canada.
Oh, cool. Welcome in, eh?
You want careful.
I'm an honest poker player.
At 7-3.
Except when I'm in the good fold.
Oh, man.
Ace deuce of clubs.
Yeah? 2 ace of clubs on the deck? That's
8 deuce of clubs.
Oh, 8 deuce of clubs. Oh.
We continue here three-handed at the final table, the $2,200 progressive knockout here at the Borgata. Fred and Casey coming together a little closer in chip stacks, just under 30 big blinds each. Fred almost at like 29 and a half, just almost at that 30 big blinds. Casey a couple behind that.
NC71219 saying, Whitey's never found the ace deuce 3-bet.
Then that person has never played with me, because if there's anything that people will say is that I can get a little bit reckless sometimes.
It's okay. If you read any of the Poker World coverage of this series, they'll concur with you.
Yeah.
As in their Poker Works evaluation of my play would concur with their evaluation of yours.
Yeah. Fun hand here. We've got Jason raising his button here with the 10-9 of spades. Casey with a suited king-8 in the small blind. We'll see how he chooses to play. Looks like he's just going to come along for a call in his small blind.
Well, if we are playing Baccarat, Casey's just gotten cooler. Natural 9 and natural 8. Sick way to take the L.
Fred getting out of the way with the Jack-4.
I figured.
I think the PO in the small blind's fine with Casey's hand.
We're deep enough.
Can't be really 3-betting against him in this spot.
Ace King 7 with 2 hearts on the flop here gives Casey the pair of kings, Jason position and the pre-flop aggression. We'll see how he chooses to proceed here.
His exact hand may not want to continue, but his aggression, I mean, he may want to c-bet his range here, especially against Casey's small blind flatting range. Casey has some small pocket pairs when he flats.
That's
the
how
small.
strong you are? You bet less than the big? That's how strong he is. Oh, man. He bets less than the big blind.
I fucking grabbed the fucking wrong fucking chips.
That's okay. I'll give you action even though like you're screaming you have like the strongest hand in the world.
Misclick.
It's okay.
Can we get a
Look at that fucking misclick.
Can we get a fuck counter on the screen? Is that possible?
6 of hearts on the turn brings in a gut shot opportunity for Jason.
I mean, I think Jason can still apply a lot of pressure in this spot given his range, to be honest, and given stack depths.
With the misclick and then the check, that is significantly less strong. Now Casey should be feeling pretty good about his hand. The two of diamonds on the river does give Casey the check mark. Gives Jason the ability to fire again if he wants. But I'm pretty sure at not any size, but pretty much any size, Casey's just going to check call and just flicking a chip.
Jason's just trying to get some small stuff to fold. Yeah, his sizing was far too small. So yeah, we're just gonna take it down.
Yep, so Casey is going to win the pot here with the pair of kings.
I think Jason was trying to get like queen highs with the queen of hearts to fold. Small pocket pairs, 3s, 4s, hands like that. Casey's hand was just too strong.
Yeah, and Casey's going to be back up above 4 million in chips here.
Why you trying to bluff me, man? Why you trying to bluff me?
And it wasn't a terrible. It's funny with the table talk. It wasn't a terrible spot to try and then follow through with the show of
Bomb
strength.
the turn, yeah, absolutely.
But the story didn't necessarily quite add up, and even if Jason might have called a little, or excuse me, Casey might have called a little bit lighter if he just didn't believe him there. But either way, Casey had too strong of a hand that he was just gonna flick in the call. It would have had to take a crazy bet for Casey to have folded
No, just a
that.
friend from New York.
I completely agree.
And now we have a hand that could get really interesting here. Casey with 9s on the button, and he's certainly going to open this. We'll see him raising to, it looks like that same 260 size that we've been seeing. Now Fred in the small blind with pocket 7s, and about a little over 27 big blinds, if my math is right.
Piles.
We'll see how Fred chooses to play this. This is a kind of an awkward hand in the small blind. You'll see some people, like this isn't a range where, this is in the range where some people will rip. He goes for the non-all-in 3-bet.
Do you think he's doing this to call off a jam?
I mean, he put in about half of his stack,
Yeah,
right? He
I
put
guess,
in just under half of
I
his stack.
surmise
So.
he is doing this to call off to a jam. I guess he does this in case he finds Jason all in and then Casey re-all in, and he can.
It's a good size to do that. He could still fold behind and have plenty left if something weird happens.
Sure, it's still committal enough that he's not going to get over-peeled or anything. Yeah, we have an all-in from Casey here. It's just pretty standard.
Yep.
And a snap from Fred.
Yeah.
He's going to see. He's drawing to 2 outs. Yeah. I mean, even his expression is kind of a nothing you can do kind of spot.
It's a setup, like
It is a setup, 3-handed. Yeah, it is pretty sick.
We've had a lot of those throughout the day today, and yeah, to diagnose Fred there, yeah, it is the 3-bet that's the non-all-in size that he did commit most of himself. Again, he put over 40% of his stack, and as you saw, he's not folding to the rip when it's down to heads up. And unfortunately for him, he now has 2 outs in the deck to stay alive in the tournament here.
Apologies. Shit. Damn. Collateral damage.
Ace-10-5 doesn't bring in any new outs. It does bring in some backdoor, but the 9s blocks a little bit of that. 3 on the turn, looking for just only one of the final 2 7s.
You're in the camera. That's looking at
That's
me.
what.
Yeah, just sit down.
My bad.
So good.
6 on the river.
GG, Fred.
Is going to end the day for Fred Normand here.
Casey chips up a little bit to 7 million, 7.7, nearly 8 million. We have a fight here.
We're going to be going to heads up in just a sec. Fred Normand, as you'll see, with 54,180 for his 3rd place finish, plus at least 15,400 in bounties.
How much has Casey picked up in that bounty?
Casey will pick up what should be about 7,700 for the bounty.
Yes, correct.
So that should be just around, give or take, the $70,000 that Frederic is going to walk out of here with.
Wow.
$70,000 mark.
GG, Fred.
Casey and Jason going to go to heads up. They'll both have locked up, I believe it was about 76,000 or so.
Sounds about right, yes.
And then playing for the bounties as well. Obviously not the progressive part of their bounties, playing for their own bounties as well. We'll head into heads up, and it looks like Casey's bounty should be about 45,000 and change, 45,008.
Piles.
And Jason's still the 8,300 bounty that he came in with. However, if he knocks out Casey, he'll take home
24,000 extra around,
plus
roughly?
his own 8, and be
insane.
Sitting with a very, very nice score for first place.
This tournament had an awesome structure. Designed very well. I remember how popular it was in the last series where the PKO was run, and that's why it was so exciting to do this year. Jason and Casey showing some love to each other. Congratulations to both of you, gentlemen. This is a great feat.
I can give you a gray.
Got piles locked up. Casey just got change. He's got 5Ks in the bag to give change to our dealer Chris Keem for those bounties.
That's
such a flex.
Unnecessary flex.
He said, "I got change.
I'm here for it."
No stress. I got change. No problem. You need 5Ks? No worries, buddy. Here you go.
appreciate those running through the payouts in the chat. There's a few references to a situation that does not need to be brought up on air, but thank you for chirping me in the chat.
7, 8, 9.
I am very, very happily married and trying not to get divorced. So yes, thank you. Please keep the embarrassing content out of the limelight, out of the public spotlight. So as they're finalizing seat positions, as you see Jason move around the table, figuring out all just the small logistics going to heads up here. I believe we'll have the trophies coming in behind as well. I think we have 2 for this. I'm not sure if
BetMGM and Borgata trophy.
I think we have both. I'm not sure if we have the MGM trophy. There were select tournaments that had those during the Winter Open here.
Cool.
At minimum, they'll be playing for the Borgata trophy.
Real close. Anybody's game.
And as we go to heads up, it should be 60,000, 120,000 blinds for a little while longer.
Great.
And we can see that Casey is sitting on, what do we have there, 64 bigs, give or take? Yep, and Jason, they do the math for me. As I was coming through here, working on the math, Jason with just under 81 bigs.
Well, we're 600K out.
I love it.
If the count is accurate. It sounded like they said there might be 600K apart in chips, which...
I give you 10K.
You jumping in this mystery bounty after, Whitey?
I'm not. I have some personal commitments throughout the weekend, so I wouldn't be able to stay in for the day too. But what my co-host here is mentioning is this is not the last tournament of the Winter Poker Open. This is the final stream that we'll have for the 2026 Borgata Winter Poker Open. But there is still action to be had down here at the Borgata. While we're playing now, there is the day 2 of the Pot Limit Omaha that's coming back. I believe that restart should have just started within the last. By the time the stream comes through, it'll be right around the time stream comes through.
Saw it outside when I was walking out when we were on our break, and there's a shot of our 2 beautiful trophies.
We are going to get both of them. There is also today day 1A and day 1B of the Monster Mirror Mystery Bounty. It's a $580 buy-in, $250,000 guaranteed tournament, and the Mirror Mystery is set where the mystery bounty payouts will align with the actual payout of the tournament. So sometimes you have mystery bounties where the highest mystery bounty is more than first place.
Yeah.
And it kind of takes away a little bit of the run in the tournament. This is a really cool setup where it balances them, where you can still get a huge score, a huge pull in the mystery bounty.
Absolutely. You can come in like 29th and take home more than first.
Yep. But it also still incentivizes winning the tournament itself the same way.
Sure.
Beautiful.
First hand of heads up, we did kind of gloss over right there. It looked like we had
I saw a 7-deuce in my periphery.
Yeah, 7-deuce that was not going to have a whole lot going on.
This Jason's going to look down at the 6-5 of clubs in the big, and Casey ace-6 of diamonds on the button.
Perfect.
And then
Perfect.
heads up, the button is going to be, again, first to act, small blind.
Yes, absolutely. Dynamics a bit different in the PKO. Standard opening is going to be about 2.5x. Casey decides to go with a click. With Jason's hand specifically, I kind of like a peel more than a 3-bet.
Oh.
Yeah, and he does. We have a suited variety. Plays well post, even out of position. No need to blow the pot necessarily yet.
Queen, Jack, 7. No pair for anybody. Both pick up backdoor straight draws and backdoor flush draws.
I think Casey can see bet his range in this spot. Just having more queens and more jacks. He decides not to. Realizes backdoor equity a little bit.
A pair of 5s on the turn for Jason. They were sharing the 6, so Jason really only had the 3 out, short of running cards to take the lead.
Absolutely. 5 of diamonds would have given Casey a flush draw as well.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't know if I like the delayed C-bet on the turn. I guess once Casey has realized he's not going to have any equity to realize, he wants to start betting.
And
I don't know what we're getting to fold necessarily.
Well, we're gonna get a lot of nothing to fold, right?
Sure. I think we're ahead of a lot of nothing though.
we're ahead of
Nice,
a lot of nothing. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of gut shots coming along here too often on the river without showdown value.
I agree. And then check.
You keep three-outering me.
Yeah, Casey
My
pointing out
A6
another
and your
3 out.
5-6.
I don't mind putting the little bet into the turn, and again he kind of controlled the pot.
Sure,
and
probing
what
the
that
turn.
also did is it also let him check
back
river.
Absolutely.
And control the size, control how much is going in.
100%.
I'm small blind right now, right?
What do you have in bounties?
The lowest
8K?
stack, the
8K?
lowest in the table.
It's 8.
The lowest in the table.
More than the rest of us, though, Jason.
Our boys are icy, White Smith. You see this? You see the cross? You got Casey with the rings on.
we were talking about this
Those are icy.
throughout the different streams. It will be awkward for me to say the fit of the players because anyone who knows me in person is going to say that that doesn't fit in the way you talk. But the style of the players at the table has been something that's been fun to comment on.
Absolutely.
And Jason certainly looks crisp. Casey looks like he just got out of bed a little bit there. And not in a bad way, just like the very, very casual,
comfy athleisure.
Yeah.
I'm definitely guilty of constantly looking like I just got out of bed.
Yeah, and listen, I'm all for comfort. You know,
I live
whenever
for
you
it.
see me, I'm almost always going to be in sweatpants and a
Likewise.
hoodie, or sweatpants and one of the very comfortable, like a cotton or a similarly comfortable fabric T-shirt. And
I'm the
that's about
same way as Jason 3 outs Casey on this turn as well.
it. They were just talking about it.
Turning
Casey
second
flopping
pair.
the pair of 8s, Jason turning the pair of queens.
It's gonna be a grueling heads-up match if this keeps happening for Case.
It won't be a long heads-up match if this keeps happening.
Which
for
is
Casey.
also
if it's
true.
Every single hand, it's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
going to
yeah.
be that long. 'cause
For sure.
Even though it's so far not been too much in the way of big damage either way, you know, if you get 3 out at every hand, that's going to add up very, very
Yeah,
quickly.
you're gonna
Death by
lose
1,000
those
cuts
hands.
is gonna-
Yeah, it's still a way to go. Yeah, absolutely.
Death by 1,000 cuts is going to be a lot less than 1,000.
Absolutely.
Here comes Jason again, going for value on the river. He
Casey
gets
snapping.
called instantly, sees the 3-outer.
A little bit of tilt as he pushes those cards forward, sends them into the muck.
Kang Boy says if
Where you live,
Casey's
Jason?
shirt was
Lane City,
turquoise,
bro.
he'd look
Oh, you
like
live
Zig
local?
heading
Yeah,
home
yeah.
from work.
I just recently moved to Vineland.
I'm really
That's not
curious
newborn.
who Kang Boy is.
You just had
now.
newborn?
Because that's
Oh,
a reference
congrats,
to a buddy of mine who,
Oh, really?
who I've streamed with in the
I
past.
was like, who's Zig?
This is sick,
He's a
though.
guy who I've
Yeah.
streamed
He's
online
especially
with in the
sick,
past.
seriously.
His
My
handle
brother
is the
just,
Big Zig for
had
good
his
reason.
first 6
He was
months
a
ago.
lineman in college.
Awesome, bro. Oh, your uncle.
Okay.
So he's a big
I've been an
boy.
uncle, but
Yeah,
And
me too.
he's
I was like 10
he
years
works
old.
as a nurse, so I can see exactly what he's saying. It's a little rough, but shout out to Big Zig.
Yeah, Lavin's needling you too.
250.
Not anything new, not a surprise. The raise from Casey is going to get Jason off the 7-3. Yeah, and there's
Thank you.
a couple of different thoughts that a number of people will talk about with heads-up poker, and some people will say just about basically any 2 cards that connect at all is good enough to play heads-up. And then there's
Like
people
kids or
that
no?
also
yet.
will say like a 7-3, which
Holy.
connects. Like I don't
33.
want to put myself
you?
into bad spots. And
I thought you're
I'm
220.
personally,
Yeah.
the people
Thank
who
you, I
are
appreciate it.
better
I
than
get-
me at
get
heads
that.
up
That's
will
an
play
Asian
a wider
you as well,
range
bro.
heads up
Exactly.
than I'm comfortable playing with.
We do age well.
And I don't mean that in a negative way, because I still feel like I do well enough when I get the times I'm fortunate enough the deck goes my way to get to a heads-up spot.
Absolutely.
But it is interesting to see some of those different dynamics. Some of the really, really well-studied heads-up players will play just about any 2 if they feel that they've got an edge and can understand everything that's going to come out. And
Board
it gets-
textures, range dynamics, range advantages, exploits on their opponents. Absolutely.
Yep.
Heads up. I grew up grew up as in like my time learning poker when I was in college and stuff came from watching Doug Polk, who was considered one of, if not the best heads up player in the world. And I fell in love with heads up no limit poker and learning about it, and it truly is a fascinating game.
I don't know what to tell you.
It is so fascinating, and it's so interesting how different players approach it, and how different pros in different parts of poker
I assume I don't
approach
have
heads up,
permission
and
to turn it off.
stylistically it affects their game. But yeah, absolutely, the amount of the amount of information about range that can exist even just between 2 players and 3 or 4 streets of action is also really insane.
Fun one here as Jason opened pre-flop with the 8-6 of hearts. C-bets and Casey calls with the king-9 of the gut shot. Jason on the button, when the board pairs the queen, he's reaching for some more chips to put some more pressure on Casey's king here.
I actually like his double barrel in this spot, and again, we're talking about range advantage. I think Casey has a decent amount of floats on
go
Queen
off
Jack
just to
7.
turn off
He
my
does,
alarm.
he
Yeah,
does get to
and it works.
does get to take it down. Jason with the small grin on his face. Rightfully so, and well deserved for getting that through and identifying the spot correctly.
Jason chipping up to what looks to be an almost 2-1 chip lead as well after a couple of hands here. And,
Casey still has piles.
we're still deep enough that this is not going to... It could be over in a hand or two, but this is not something I'd
You think they
expect to
heard
be
it?
over in a
Is
hand
your
or two,
alarm?
short of some of
Yeah,
the
it's
coolers
just
that we've
like-
seen throughout the day.
2 o'clock.
Big hand alarm.
Alright, dealers of the mystery bounty, finish hand your own, lights in next hand, 5 and Donaldson.
As we hear the
Gotta-
blinds going up in the mystery bounty behind RFT.
That is that 580 monster mirror mystery. Where there's day 1 flights of that today and tomorrow. Day 2, when the mystery bounties will go and play, begins on Sunday.
Cool.
And they go and play at the beginning of the day on Sunday. So should you make it to day 2, mystery bounties are in play. There's also a triple Omaha mixed limit tournament that will be going on today. PLO, limit, and NLO. That is a $600 that goes towards the mixed game leaderboard down here at the Borgata.
I didn't understand a word you said after there's also. There's what?
There
what,
is a triple Omaha mixed
What
limit
does that
tournament.
mean?
So it's mixed limit, pot limit, so it's limit, pot limit, and no limit Omaha. So it'll rotate between them.
That's a thing?
It is. We've had a number of different variants of some of many different games. So the mixed games, while we've been down here, there's a separate mixed games leaderboard down here during the Winter Open, and there's
very
been a lot of different styles and types of poker that
Very
have popped
cool.
up, different types of tournaments.
So we saw Ate join us in the booth here, mixed game legend, one of the best. She was over here, and I think she won the horse event that opened as well.
Was it horse or torse?
I think it was the horse because I asked her if she won the Taurus, and I think she said it was the horse.
Gotcha.
The 1500 horse. A lot of mixed game legends have been here as I've been perusing the halls or walking around, wandering. Last hand, Casey Mann flopped the flush and got no action, so I'd be
Are you doing the coconut water? Went from
I love coconut water.
3 vodkas to coconut water?
Gotta
Now you
balance it out,
focus
bro.
now to what-
Balance it out, you
Talking
know?
about balancing our drinking range. Vodka v water. Wow, Jason's balanced in all aspects of life.
There you go.
Bravo to him, sir.
The ace-4 offsuit here from Jason. Casey not going to defend.
Always gets a salad with his
Yeah, make the
cheeseburgers,
most
you know what I
out of
mean? Just always
Yeah.
balanced.
Well, what do you
Always
consider real?
balanced.
I'm curious. I want to know your range. I had the 3-5 off, so.
Oh, we blocked her outs.
He is correct there. They certainly blocked some of
Oh,
their
fucking.
interactions.
For some reason, I keep fucking thinking,
The counter for
I was
Jason
just about to
is
say, man.
and being that we are not on network television, I don't think we're getting in trouble for any of this.
Yeah, I think we're all right.
I think so.
we're all right. I think our fans enjoy it too.
Casey with the raise with the Queen 5 offsuit. Jason with the 8-4 of hearts. Now we've seen him.
950.
Raised to 950.
And his 3-bet here is going to get a quick fold from Casey. I was going to say, we've seen Jason not wanting to do
Yeah,
a
your
whole
cards are
lot
good,
with some of the wider gaps,
Well,
but those
that's
are all
fine.
offsuit. He's here now with the 8-4. He chooses a fairly large 3-bet size.
I think he realizes with his timing and everything and the fact that he's been kind of passive in some of these spots, he can apply pressure and even getting called. His hand has some board coverage, be a bit disguised in boards it connects with. I like to play. I like to play a lot.
Certainly worked. I'll be results oriented and say I love it.
Casey with the king, queen of spades.
Jason with the king jack on the button. This could get very interesting depending on how spicy they want to get pre-flop and what, if we make it to a flop, what we would end up getting here.
I think what's going to be most relevant is whether it goes open 3-bet call or open 3-bet 4-bet. So it's gonna end up in Jason. The ball's gonna end up in Jason's court to dictate where we go in position here. After Casey almost mandatorily 3-bets here.
So we get the open. Casey looking at this, and we get the 3-bet.
700. I think the sizing is good.
And now
I think you can go a bit bigger, perhaps, but I mean SPR would be a bit strange. No, I think we can go a bit bigger, but I think the size is good. See how Jason responds.
with a very strong hand and position, I would personally choose to call this.
I think peeling's fine. Casey 3-betting out of the big blind is fairly strong in this spot, given chip dynamics. We do just decide to peel in position. There's a lot of interesting flops we can see here.
There's so many things that can happen here where we can see a lot of chips go in the middle.
That is not necessarily.
That is not. Ace 10 8. No backdoor flush draws for either.
Rain. Casey's going to see bet range here, and I like it. I mean,
he pretty much has to. He doesn't absolutely have to, but he should be pretty much see betting range.
Absolutely. One quarter pot, I'm with it.
Quarter pot, it might not be enough to get Jason out of here with the gut shot. And yeah, Jason is going to come along.
The only problem is I hope Casey out of position doesn't feel like he's lost now and only getting peeled by like single aces. I think he thinks that Jason would have probably.
Jason picks up some extra straight draws. Picks up the double gut here where the 9 would now give him a straight.
Actually like to see a turn. Again, it's easy when we see the cards on
we
their
see
bags.
the card, so yeah, I love it. I don't mind a turn bet after the tiny bet and then check. Certainly, just from the way the hand played out, I wouldn't mind seeing Jason put a bet in here from the pressure standpoint. But he has showdown value, and he can pick up the 9 on the river.
I actually meant a barrel from Casey on the turn, continuing to rep range because Jason's going to be peeling so wide, not only pre but on the flop.
I mean, I could have understood from what we saw earlier if Jason wanted to continue, but he did not. He has not been nonstop pressure. We only saw that once or twice.
Absolutely.
Now that Jason picks up the straight on the river, it's just going to be about what sizing is going to be able to get called here.
And now seeing Casey's hand, we know that not much is going to be able to get called here at all.
2.15.
Yeah, it's going to end the hand.
Goes over 2 million.
2.15.
Casey blocks Queen Jack. I hope he doesn't think to get too creative in this. No, okay, he's showing frustration, so he's going to release his hand. It is a bit tilting. He's gotten essentially 3 outed once more. His pipping Jason's King Jack has come to no fruition.
Jason picks up another very solid pot and takes him up. Looks to be almost 13 million in chips, and nearing a 3-1 chip lead.
Keegan clarifying that Ite did win the horse event.
Nice. I knew she won one of them. I didn't remember which exact one because there have mixed games going on the entire series, which has been awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Poor guy's done a great job. Akash Hatwani, who won the $600 $2 million in the chat, wanting to express his deepest gratitude to the commentators for their work on the stream that he won that night, and also sending some love my way. I love you, Akash. I appreciate you, brother. You're the man. Bye. Congratulations on your win.
Yeah, I think that I was very complimentary of his play. I was a little disappointed because he did beat one of my good friends in that heads-up match. Andrew Porter is a good friend of mine.
Porter's a great guy.
Yeah, Porter's a fantastic guy. Not a negative towards Akash, but there's a part of my shit.
That's your man.
We don't have to be impartial here.
No, of course not. That's okay. He had Akash had the motherland railing, bro. Don't worry, it's okay.
Very, very, very well done.
Population-wise, Akash had the backing of India. He's all right for sure. For sure. Congratulations again, buddy, on your victory. Porter, great run as always. You're a killer,
I want to say, if I remember, about $320,000 for first place in that $600 buy-in.
I believe so. 320 and change.
That's incredible.
Just a quick
again,
third of a mil.
Congrats, Akash.
Yeah, congrats, Akash. And again, Porter,
thanks
great
for
run,
popping
bro.
in.
Thanks to all of you for joining us in the chat.
We're
here.
Jason with the 8-5. Gonna go back to his 260 sizing here. Casey with the Jack-9 of clubs.
Akash reply saying, sorry about that. I doubled him up thrice.
Yeah, you certainly did. And then every time you did, you knocked him right back down.
There were some sick hands in that heads-up match, actually. Some sick heroes,
There were.
some cool bluffs. It was a very interesting hand.
Casey
As
flopping
top
top pair. Jason with the gut shot here and the pre-flop aggression.
Is Jason going to find 4 out somewhere in this?
He grabs the C-bet chips.
45.
And this is an interesting one. Casey does have the backdoor clubs. Looks like he's just going to call with the top pair. The 9 on the turn is exactly what Casey could have hoped for.
Jason's probably going to realize his equity and just check back this turn a lot. Yeah,
Yep.
he does decide to.
And the king on the river. Be interesting to see if Casey decides to extract or if he wants to give Jason a chance to
Bluff here.
to bluff one more time.
Or value bet, whatever
Maybe
range
value
he
bet the king
perceives
or
that is
something
checking back
like
the turn.
that.
I would love, obviously, to see a check here from Casey in terms of as played and what we're looking at.
I mean, we can see it, so
That's
yeah,
why,
I would
of
love
course,
the
it
check.
would
'cause
be, it
that-
would be far more preferable. He decides to just go for a value bet.
He goes for the over bet. He doesn't go for the value bet. He goes for 2 million into 1.3. And this is an interesting one here.
Hearts bricked.
A lot of things bricked. The problem is that 8 of hearts in Jason's hand.
Yeah, it's probably the worst card to be holding, to be honest
For
with you.
Jason to
Blocking
be
8-7
holding
and bricked hearts.
for Casey to
Not be holding.
happens if I need to bluff first?
Casey probably also understanding that as Jason was the pre-flop opener, that king hits his range more than Casey's, and so maybe
king checking back the equity on the
on
turn
turn,
makes a lot
yeah,
of
and trying to
sense.
make it trying to make it look like he's
big
bluffing
blind,
a bricked 8-7, bricked heart draw, try to get heroed by a king, or a number of other hands. The only counter to that would be if that does hit Jason's range, we probably either want to allow him to value bet that king once he arrives there on the river facing a check, or to represent his range while bluffing.
So Casey with the 8-5 here, and we've seen a lot of aggression. We've also seen some folds in some of the uglier hole cards.
This could probably be one of the hands that we either limp or pass on.
Looks like he limps.
I prefer this.
Now we've got the ace-king of clubs for Jason in the big blind. So we're obviously going to see him put some chips in here. It's just going to be a matter of how much he chooses.
Shouldn't be met with too much resistance.
370.
370. So it goes a little over. Goes to a little over 4 bigs total. You raised 3, a little over 3 on top. And as mentioned, met with little resistance. Casey quickly out of the way into the muck.
As you see those 2 trophies leering on the table in the back.
So I have mentioned this on the side, but I didn't get a chance to tune in a whole lot to the stream yesterday because of some other things going on in my life. But did you guys get a chance to discuss which trophies you value more? Do you value the sharp MGM trophy or the old school Borgata Classic?
Funny you say that. So day before yesterday, we were in the chat. Yesterday, I believe we had a different slate of commentators. But it was me and Cooch in the chat
Someone
day
to let a
before
jacket.
yesterday.
Yeah,
but we personally did not discuss this.
Gotcha.
But my
Dodging
friends and I were in the room the other day, literally having this argument because my boy won. My boy Lucas won the BetMGM $350 shootout,
Right.
and so he got the gold MGM trophy.
Right.
And then there was a Borgata mini trophy in the room, and we were looking at both of them, and there was our friends had quite the debate on which one was preferred. I mean, you have like an engraved lion, which is pretty hard, but I think the Borgata trophy is just
There's nostalgia for a lot of people.
For sure, especially up in the event center, back where allegedly it all used to be played. It was so great to be back up here, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, and the room downstairs is nice. Don't get me wrong; it's not a knock on the room downstairs. The conference room by it is nice as well.
Absolutely.
But this is something
Next level
else.
in terms of
This is
having
something
space and room and just the entire vibe. It's great. The blue colorways everywhere were awesome.
We have Casey opening the 10-9 offsuit with the 10 of clubs, which is relevant as Jason defends the Jack Deuce of clubs.
I think we're gonna see check C-bet here.
Ace King 3 Rainbow 1 club.
Backdoor wheel, backdoor Broadway, and backdoor clubs for Jason. Casey's gonna C-bet range here most definitely. Depending on sizing, which I think is 1 1/4.
175.
I think Jason can actually peel given how deep we are.
Mm-hmm.
He does. Funnily enough, sometimes you could raise with this hand and when picking
I was
up our
gonna
backdoor
say there's certainly the argument for a raise. The 4 of hearts on the turn does give Jason some wheel opportunities here.
I hope Casey continues to barrel in this case. He chose not to barrel last time. I think he should continue to rep range here. I think Jason would have displayed more aggression pre-flop with an ace or a king in his hand in a lot of combos.
Casey is reaching for chips here, so looks like we'll get a bet. We'll see what size we get.
I like
here.
to see a big bet here from Casey.
Looks like we're getting one.
700.
Sounded like 700? 700 there, so...
To 900. I think it's a good bet.
Yep.
I think it caps hands like this from even Jason from continuing.
Yeah, and you can see Jason's ahead.
Yeah.
And certainly, it's certainly plausible in these kinds of situations, for Jason to be ahead, but your hand shrinks.
Absolutely.
When you're facing a three-quarter pot bet.
Value of being ahead does reduce significantly upon facing this. No way.
1.6.
He raises.
Wow, we get it. Look, this is like a click to 1.6.
1.6 million. Little does he know he's bluffing with the best hand. Not gonna lie.
Very nice find,
Given the dynamic,
Very nice find.
indeed. Given the dynamic, and given
Thank you,
that Casey's been watching him, Jason 3 out him a bunch. I wouldn't have hated a windmill either.
Yeah.
Just to be like, I don't always have it against you. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
Casey in this case would have seen that he had that Jason had the best hand anyway.
Sure.
But it was
What's up,
interesting. Billy in the box. Thanks,
Now
Chris.
Welcome back.
We have Jason up to over a 3-1 chip lead now. And it looks like our blinds are going up as we get the dealer change as well to an 80,000 small blind, 160,000 big blind with 160,000 big blind ante. And one thing we didn't mention earlier as well, thank you, Lav, and I noticed it in the chat, was the big blind ante in this heads-up spot too creates such an additional dynamic.
Absolutely.
Your opponent is putting
Yeah,
in
the one didn't-
a half of a big blind. You're putting in 2 big blinds every hand.
Absolutely.
So that means the defend range is going to be significantly
good.
wider.
MDF will
it
change.
moves.
Sizing could be altered. Most definitely. Well pointed out, Lav.
doing
That's
the
why
same.
you're the pro, man.
Oh, wait. No, I just raised on the button.
Oh, you're right.
Did we move it twice?
You probably did move it twice.
He threw it,
Yeah,
or
I
I
tried
must
to
have
maybe
thrown
throw
it
it
and then
back.
we moved it
Yeah,
back.
yeah, yeah.
Bit of button discrepancy.
Thank you. Yeah, we moved it for you. Sorry.
As we reset here.
Thank you, Billy.
The guys, the commentators at it.
I know.
Once again, I'm Rish, currying the pot. Here with Matt Whitesmith.
If you raised, I called. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, exactly. You slow played a big
2200 PKO final table. We're heads up. Playing for it all. Our 2 players have locked up a similar prize in terms
This
of
is
payout score.
an interesting one here. We see Jason with pocket 10s.
Uh-oh.
Casey with an ace. At least the ace deuces. It's an ace heads up, and he's on just over 20 bigs. Just under 25 bigs.
It's a raise.
We'll see how he chooses to play this, because
With
he's
some
getting close to the range where you could start to see rips with
I
with
agree.
these kinds of aces.
And with frustration mounting as well. Wonder how Casey will respond. Checking how many blinds effective he has. Deciding to peel this combo. I'm
very
very
disciplined.
proud of you, Casey.
Very,
Yeah,
very
nice.
disciplined. As you mentioned with some of the frustrations, it doesn't seem like he's really let it affect him too much in the play. You've seen it a little bit in his mannerisms.
For sure.
Which is perfectly fine. Very understandable.
For sure.
But hasn't gotten himself into too much trouble. He's just kind of had the deck smacking him in the face.
Most definitely. It's been
Or punching him somewhere a little more painful.
well said.
Jason with the overpair here. Going to c-bet. Very interesting board. Casey's hand doesn't interact with it, but that's a very, very interesting board from a big blind defense, because that's a big blind board
Smashes
right there.
his range, and Casey, again, very disciplined, just finds the fold, whereas I might have tried to 3x that c-bet there and been like, this never hits his range, this totally hits my range. And then after I go broke, I just get to go up to my friends, stand in a circle, and just be like, how does he have 10s there? He's so sick.
Yeah.
You just 3-outed me the whole time. Very disciplined, Casey. Very well done, sir. Frederico. ¿Qué tal, mi amigo? Yes, that's me in the box, buddy. What's up? Here with Whitesmith. Here with Maddie. James Lauer asking what I think of James Lauer's VPIP. That's very fun. What's up, Jimmy? Aiden asking for my next stop. Christian Gutierrez, a good friend of mine, Aiden, as you may know very well, he has pushed Cherokee heavily on me, so I think we're looking at Cherokee. But we'll have to see. No, BetMGM's doing their Potomac Open as well over at National Harbor.
Okay.
Might have to head down there, see what's going on. As Casey opens the 6-5-0 on the button, Jason, Jack 7 of spades in the big blind. Think this hand plays fine as a call. I think it can be a 3-bet as well, given stacked ups. We are going to peel.
Just get a call. We'll see a flop here.
Nearly 400 of you in the chat. What's up, guys? Thanks for joining us. Let's go to a flop. 4 in the window.
Look at
Casey
that.
flops the nuts.
Casey flops the 6-5, 4-3-2, 6 high straight.
Funnily enough, after Casey's open, this might not be a terrible range check given his hand. Allow Jason's range to get very nice, Casey. Very nice. What a
the 3
turn.
of spades adds a lot of outs here for Jason. And given the check back, he's going to check again. Casey, we need to start getting some chips.
Yeah,
in the
we need to
pot
start
here.
deriving some value in this case.
I'm thinking a little. It looks like he went low. It looks like he went for 200. I was thinking a little closer to half pot.
I was thinking like 500 maybe.
Yep.
But maybe he's trying to induce a raise from Jason.
You know, and he's
Look
got
like
the
he's
hand where it
stabbing.
could very
Yeah.
easily get the induce.
He also has the mini grip. Wow, Casey, we do get the raise. Just play the flat, kid. Just play the flat, kid. You're in position.
See what you want to do.
Last off.
See what you want to do.
There are also some rivers where Jason's live, which is pretty sick. I mean, Jason could just win the hand with the spade here.
What are we gonna get? I think we got. There's some very interesting dynamics here because he's got. If he calls this, he's got a little bit over pot, right? He's got about 1 1/4 pot behind.
I agree. I guess if we're betting to induce a raise, we're inducing a raise from bottom of range too. So I think a flat is preferable. Again, it's easy when I see his cards.
Yeah, right now we can see it, so it makes sense. But there's a lot of things that scare you, and there's a lot of things like you're just going to get in and get it called by.
Perhaps there are also bad rivers that cost us value as well against given the range. Do me a favor, just cover Jason's hand on screen for the rest of the stream, and I'm just gonna try to do this without it. Casey does pile.
Yeah, I like this because exactly there's going to be so many cards that kill his action.
Wow, really?
And we can see that he's got a flush draw, so it's going to make it a lot harder for him to want to put these chips in.
Yeah.
But there's so many cards. There's so many cards that Jason could have where he's just ahead and is drawing incredibly thin, where a bad river is going to go check.
Most definitely.
And he's going to lose this potential value.
Or check bet fold, rather, given that Casey's in position. But yes, I completely agree.
How much does it count?
He is asking for a count. I think his hand's just too light to hero off, especially if Casey's ripping hands like King 5 of spades on this turn. He's just going to have some dominated flush draws as well.
It's like 4 right there, right? 5?
Yeah, I don't think Jason can put in the chips with this hand. I mean, to be fair, to end the game, it gives him an extra 40,000. Or he wins the entire bounty at the end of this if he defeats Casey.
So the live PKO is interesting for me because I don't, online and it depends on whichever online operator you may be playing with. But if you're playing on BetMGM online, I think they have your bounty listed as $100, and then if I would knock you out, I would get 50, and mine would go up by 50.
Okay,
so it would show the 150.
Right.
I don't think every operator shows them the same way.
And Jason does let it go.
So it does create a situation where the what do I want to say with that? This kind of create a situation where the live conversion of that isn't necessarily going to be quite as visible.
Slow play the hand.
Agreed and understood.
You slow played?
No.
I haven't had the opportunity to play a live PKO yet myself.
I haven't played a live PKO either.
So I don't know if your bounty that you see, what makes sense to me is what you see on the table is your bounty, and then they have the prize pool. The prize pool is set aside by the floor by the dealer, so that if I knock out your 10K bounty, they just hand me 5K.
I think earlier we saw Casey putting one of the bounties he had received in his pocket, that half, because I believe you are allowed to just throw that half in your pocket.
Yeah.
You are only presenting your live bounty.
That makes a lot of. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. That makes a lot of sense, but again, I just have the experience.
So
as we walk into
this is very, 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 very likely going to get all in pre-flop.
I agree. especially given the dynamics of the last hand.
No,
if
yeah,
that wasn't catalyst
figured.
enough. Let's see if Casey's expression changes as he peels his hand.
So-
Let's see if he keeps speaking. He does. He's just
He gets
keeping up the behavior.
The laugh, right?
Yeah,
the
yeah,
laugh
for
to
sure.
not try to give too much away. Keep the behavior consistent.
Consistent, yeah,
900,000.
indeed.
900,000.
I like his sizing.
Yep. So we get
Sounds very
the raise from Jason with the sixes. We get the 3-bet from Casey with the jacks. This is a weird one for Jason because sixes are obviously a very good hand. You're going to be dominating some hands that are going to 3-bet you.
Absolutely. You're gonna some.
And
some
it
of the smaller
doesn't
pairs are
always
exciting.
play, but a pair like this doesn't
Call.
always. Yeah, there we
Here
go.
we go.
All in and call. The sixes doesn't play that great in position.
6-5.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I guess they're fairly easy to navigate in terms of check folding if we're just deciding to set mine or playing low textures.
And with a larger table,
Whatever happens, Jason,
much
it's been fun.
easier in position,
Absolutely.
in my opinion.
And with this dynamic in play and being heads
Yeah.
up and with the bounties in play, I think this was just getting in. I think we were sure of that the whole
we
time.
are all in pre, and Casey at
Big
risk.
draws.
The 10-7-4 flop
Some
doesn't help.
backdoors.
The 4 on
Six now.
the offsuit 4 on the turn doesn't bring in anything new. So just 2 sixes. Queen of Hearts in the river.
Casey's gonna
Casey
find
Man
a full
does.
double and take the chip lead.
Casey Man gets the double up to a little over 9.4 million. It looks like.
Pocket pairs each.
Pretty
What the
close
fuck?
though, so it's not a
That's pretty
commanding
sick that I
chip
keep
lead.
getting.
Jason's still on
Yeah,
about
sick.
8 million chips.
We have a battle here, boys, ladies and gents.
We only
I'm
have
hoping for a fucking flip. Nah, 2080.
4.
We know you were hoping for a
the
flip.
counter's going up.
35.
Yeah, but only about 12 bigs between them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're still playing very, very deep here.
Indeed.
But what that certainly does is it's going to make a lot of that back and forth play. We have the ability to get a little spicier now that we've gotten this closer again. Because when Casey was getting shorter, it really limits his ability to. It really
That's,
limits his ability to
4.3
do
figure.
anything
I have 4.6.
that's not
4.6,
quite as
35,
ABC.
right?
His range, his actions all become far
So,
more condensed and
2.5,
constricted as
3,
a result
exactly.
of being shorter. Yes, now we're going to be
3.5.
able to have a lot more metagame, a lot more dynamic, a lot more exploration with some more funky hands just because we have a lot
4.
more playability across
Yep.
many
4.6,
streets.
35.
And it's interesting to see
Yeah,
how they all play.
4.6.
And we've seen
35.
both of them very, very willing
Yeah,
to
300
play. We've seen some 3-bets. I think we saw
take-
Jason 3-betting a
Gotcha.
few
Yeah,
times
now we're
with. I think we saw the 8-4 of hearts. And Casey not previously having too much of the
yeah.
ability, at least
I
in
need a
heads
color.
up, to
Thank you.
get out of
somewhat-
line, if you
somewhat
will.
capped, I
Yeah,
agree.
it's, we don't
but,
know.
Ask, like, how many fucking blues you
Yeah,
got?
yeah,
Most
we don't
definitely,
need
our
to
two
win.
streetwear wearers have no fear taking it to the streets.
Yeah.
They're here to play.
Thanks, man.
Looks like we're going to have a minute or two while it looks like they're going to color up some chips here.
Too many
take
blues
out,
on the table.
Take out some of the blues.
Casey about to have a Jamie Gold stack. They want to reduce those down a little bit.
It's great to see him, but we'll still have plenty of a stack visible. It's still going to have a really sexy stack to look at.
Yeah, I love having a lot of chips. I think having all the chips on the table is the
So how'd they write
nuts,
the first
man. That's about 1 million in blues that Casey's just pushed forward in those racks to be colored up. As we take a look at our chip counts, we have 9.43 million chips for Casey and a close 7.96 million for Jason.
I opened from the
Open,
button.
I 3-bet
I opened
each.
from the button.
I think we're figuring
No,
out
I
where the
opened from the
buttons
button.
Oh, yeah, so I'm saying. So I'm right there.
Button correct.
Button's
Right?
correct?
Okay.
All right. I don't know what's going on.
They were
Sorry.
confused on the button. No,
I
you did not
opened-
open
yeah,
from the
I
button.
opened.
You
You 3-bet the
opened
button?
3-bet the jacks,
Snap
4-bet
Four
rep
bet
the
all in.
sixes.
That is correct.
And they got
believe
there
it.
in the end. They got there. in
Don't
the
worry,
end.
guys. We got you over here, too. As Jason's going to look down at the Queen 10 of
Sorry.
clubs in the big blind.
Casey with the 7-5. We'll expect we'll see an open, and curious to see at this depth how Jason chooses to play the Queen 10, because this is a hand that plays very well out of
Most.
position if you choose.
I completely
But
agree.
it's also strong enough that
Jason,
you
just
can
don't forget
3-bet,
that's
and if you
whatever.
get peeled
I guess
behind
that's
by
right.
something, you're in a really good spot.
Absolutely.
And it's also something that can get stronger hands off. You can get weak kings to fold here.
Most definitely. Casey does decide to limp, and that's going to be met with a raise from Jason.
Which is not a dynamic we've seen a whole lot today, but we're at a depth where I like it a lot more instead of being off the shorter stack
Oh,
with
most
this
definitely.
type of hand.
Most definitely. Limps are definitely going to be far more kosher in this situation now that we're
I'm
this
not for
deep.
another hour.
Certain parts of our range are going to want to
Gotta be
limp.
pissed.
Certain parts of our limping range are going to want to be protected, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I hope with Casey limping weak hands like the 7-5-0, he's going to balance in limping some of those strong hands as well.
Yep.
Maybe getting some traps in there, and
We'll see how it goes.
we'll see Jason's response to those as well.
Yeah,
Casey looks down at the King Queen O, the big blind. Jason, natural 9, 5-4 on the button.
Is it safe for me to say that's Baccarat talk?
It is more than safe for you to say
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Two side, and all we need is one choi. 5-5 is 0, but as long as we see a 4, baby, it's an 8 or a 9, which is always good shape.
So we have very similar where we have the limp here with the 5-4, and then the raise out of the big blind.
I need to get some help, Whitesmith. I need to see some people.
Yes. 275 more.
Casey,
Not that large of the raise here.
1.66.
Yep. So the difference between this and Casey's, I think Casey raised a good bit more. I think he raised it 400. I think he raised it to almost 600. I didn't see the number.
In this case, right now?
No, on the previous.
in the
I'm
last
sorry.
one, yeah.
Jason raised
okay,
more on the
yeah.
previous hand. But
Jason's gonna let it go.
Still letting it go. He was connected enough that it was a small enough raise that we could have certainly seen him come along.
He's Neo.
Sure.
Dodging
I think
bullets.
Casey's found his hand to be so strong, too, that he could raise to a smaller size because he wanted to get over-appealed. Especially facing the limp. We haven't seen Jason. We've seen him bluff. We've seen him take aggressive lines with value, but we haven't seen him run many traps so far in our time together. So I think Casey's, with a similar evaluation, is just deciding that facing a limp, his hand's pretty strong. And if Jay is trapping and going for the 3-bet, we are controlling the pot size by opening to that smaller size with a strong hand.
And getting back to this depth here as well, it's almost like a clean reset in a heads-up match, where you're almost feeling you're feeling each other out again, like at the very beginning of a boxing match where you get that feeling out period.
Sure, yeah.
You can get a very similar thing after a big swing like that.
Absolutely.
When you're at, again, a depth where you're not at an all-in or fold type of situation.
Like you said, the dynamics have reset significantly, absolutely. Casey's going to open the 10-3-0 from the button. I like him doing this with the bottom of his range. I think we're going to see a pure peel from Jason here in the big blind, and we do.
Looks like we're going to get a call from Jason here.
Let's see a flop. Billy, let's see 3. 10-10-6, 2 clubs. Oh my
What a
God.
flop.
Oh
Wow.
my God. I guess our dealer Billy was getting tired of being in the box.
We
man.
were
I guess he's
saying-
trying to bring this to an end.
We were saying we're at a depth where he's going to get a feeling out period, and now we've got trips and a king high flush draw. The 3 on the turn gives Casey the check mark. Got a full house now.
I think against range, Casey should be c-betting on the 10-10-6-2 clubs because Jason's going to be over-peeling pre.
Now
we can
Jason
move on.
going to lead with his king high and his clubs.
If you're Casey, and barring knowing Jason's hand, do you like a raise on this turn, or do you prefer a flat now that we made the stones, of the effective stones, and we can just let this dude barrel off?
In so many cases, I like a flat, but I don't know how much more you're going to be able to get if he doesn't hit the king or the club.
I mean, we are in position, so I mean, maybe he continues bluffing if we think he has bluffs, but I do agree.
And you know, we have seen Jason bluff. And now we've seen Jason bluff. We don't know if that's
Casey
gotten back
knows
to
that.
Casey.
Yeah,
yet.
very true as well.
So he already pulled out calling chips.
I think a call or like a million even would have been fine.
Once he set aside the calling chips, I don't think
It would've
I
been
think
rough to
that
raise.
Yeah. And the quads, the quads full for him. Because why not have the extra pair to go with your quads? Now Casey certainly has the check mark. Jason with a decision here. The king certainly has showdown value. Does he want to try and choose like a block size though?
I think if he is going to bet, blocking would be the
630.
best option. He bets
He goes-
630, which
That's
is
kind of
about
in
a third.
between. It's in between block and value.
Sure, yeah, about a third.
I don't mind it. It's like a going for thin value kind of, and I
He's
like that.
trying to get ace high to fold here sometimes too, making it look quite value-y, I think.
Yeah.
Trying to get some folds from ace highs. Because I think we would do this with a 6. I think we do this
Yeah.
with a 3. I think we
It's
do
going.
this
It's
with 4s or
the.
5s.
It's a good number for that thin value, and it lines up for a thin value sizing. And
I agree.
I don't hate that. Again, it's kind of like that perfect merge between the block bet and the thin value.
There's the raise from Case, which should be met from a snap fold from Jason, but he's going to take a second just to consider. I don't think we have any 3-bet all-in bluffs here from Jay on 10, 10, 6, 3, 10.
Maybe a little bit of acting.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he thinks Casey was feeling some frustration anyway and has some like 9-8s or some 5-4s, but I don't. That would be an ambitious thought
You know,
process
though,
to come
like
through.
it's the kind of bet that can get bluffed over.
Yeah.
I thought I was bluffing.
See, he says, I thought I was bluffing.
Nah, I think my bluff is better than your bluff.
That's the exact thing. Like, he could very easily tell himself that he thinks Jason bricked clubs.
Casey brick clubs.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Jason thinks Casey bricked clubs. Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Even
could-
though he's double blocking those kind of hands, but yes, most definitely.
But what else checks again? So if he's trying to tell the story, what checks back this flop? Quads. You know.
Quads.
Sure. Sixes full maybe.
Aces for pot control sometimes. But
Sure.
Aces do this on the river as well, I guess.
Sixes full.
Sixes full.
Now is obviously tens full of sixes, but also potentially some lower diamonds, or excuse me, lower clubs.
That's also true. That just want to realize equity and not get blown off. I mean, Jason does have one of the worst candidates to hero off with here. I'd rather him have like the king deuce of hearts, obviously.
Sure.
Just unblocking all brick draws, unblocking. He does unblock the 5-4. He doesn't unblock like the 4 deuce of clubs.
Quads.
The 5. Wow.
Damn, really?
He calls.
He puts in the chips. You just didn't believe him.
We got better and better for you.
No, so exactly what you're saying is he blocks some of those other those
I know,
sharp
it's pretty
options.
sick heads up.
But from a
You have a 3?
Hell
what-
no.
Cover days high.
King
Hell
high.
no.
So,
Like
but
king-
but
I
like
say you check for
it's
value.
like the difference
yeah.
between an
You're right
ace
there,
high and a
yeah.
king high there, it really doesn't matter for
Casey's never
Jason.
converting ace high
He
into a
doesn't.
bluff.
He doesn't need. He has
I
a
mean,
showdown value. He
They're
doesn't need
effectively
to.
the same
Yeah.
thing. Yes, I agree. In that exact spot, we do see.
So
a bit
so
of
like the
fun
kinds
in
of hands that check back that flop are as nutted as can be,
I
or
think
very good drawing hands, like a combo drawing hand we could potentially have seen check back, or something that would have back like a club draw with backdoor, or
equity.
something
Sure.
like that. Yeah.
Most definitely.
So I don't actually hate the call. Obviously, we could see the hands, and again, I think it's a little bit more preferred if they're not the clubs.
Yeah, I agree. The idea
But-
is cool.
but-
Don't get me wrong. Yeah,
But
yeah.
even if you're unblocking the king of clubs, you're then losing to a king high that might turn that into a bluff.
which is also a very good point.
So
Yeah,
if we keep going into it, maybe having that king of clubs might actually be better with that no kicker that plays.
Sure, yeah.
If he's looking at turning that into the call.
Well said, Whitey.
But again, we were all seeing the cards.
cards, yeah.
We didn't quite get a
But
chance.
it was a pretty
to,
fascinating analysis
Yeah.
and a very well made point. As we move on here, Jason opening the 8-3 of diamonds.
And Casey having now opened an over 2-1 chip lead.
Yeah, I was gonna say he can now comfortably fold hands like this. He doesn't
Yeah.
really fear Jason picking up 1 or 2 bigs. We've built we now see a decent amount of dissonance between the two.
Two bigs with the big blind ante. The slight different
sorry.
dynamic.
Thank you,
yeah,
Lavin.
no,
sorry.
very,
Thank you, Lavin.
But
All hail Lavin.
a big difference if it's 1.1 versus 0.6 and 2 versus 0.5.
Most definitely.
Now we are deep enough that it's not critical yet, but if
It
we're
can
here
become
for
significant.
if we're here for a couple hours, this could very easily, if it gets down to shorter stacks, then it becomes much more significant.
Most definitely. It's good to have all 400 of you with us.
Casey with the king deuce of diamonds here on his button.
He's going to be able to open a lot more comfortably with hands that he may have limped or
Sure.
if you're opening it prior.
And we're back into the dynamic that we were flip-flopped in a little bit earlier. Jason with a jack 3 of hearts is going to be enough to defend here, and certainly expected to defend with a suited jack.
Absolutely. Mad respect to Jason, by the way, for the record, for having the chutzpah to put in the call there. I mean,
He didn't believe him,
and he went with his decision.
He said that ace high doesn't make sense to bluff, and if he's going for a bluff with the king high, it's probably the clubs, which I have.
Yeah.
So he's either bricking, he's bricking a lot, or he's got the quads.
intense value. We
Yep.
saw a flop that could have brought some action as Casey had flopped an over with a second nut flush draw, and Jason had flopped bottom pair.
Casey checked back looking to realize some equity, and
You calling me the whole way down?
I'm gonna check raise the flop.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
and he says that he's got a great
Very
check
good
raise
flop
hand on
from
that
my
flop.
hand. He
So he
does.
can always pick up more equity on the turn.
Yeah,
but he doesn't
absolutely.
really have a whole lot that's going to help him out.
For sure. I mean, it would have been a lot more comfortable at a deeper stack depth as well, I believe, for Jason to find a check raise there.
Well, he's still on 40, right? He was still on 40 bigs.
True. I guess, but see, facing a check raise with Casey's hand on that
He's gonna
flop and
check
given the stack
raise,
depth, I
oh
probably
no.
just go with it against him with the over and the flush
And,
draw.
and that's going to happen sometimes,
For
but
sure.
but you get that out of the way then instead of
For
getting,
sure, over
getting
multiple streets, yeah,
getting
for
strung
sure.
along. Jason with the queen 10 on the button, Casey with the jack 9 in the big blind. one of the hands where, and especially in a heads up, when you see these in advance, if we get to a flop, which I would expect we should many times, not always guaranteed, but if we get to a flop here, the board is going to either be very boring or very interesting, and not a whole lot in between.
Most definitely. Jack 9-0 combo, especially facing Jason's chip depth. Casey can find some 3-bets in this spot with that kind of hand. Some 3-bet bluffs.
And as soon as I say that it's going to be very interesting, we get one of the combos that's not that interesting.
Yeah, and it wasn't very boring either because Jay still has the over. The writers just wanted to needle.
There we go. We get a little extra. Eight of spades would have been a little bit more fun.
Casey's blocking the gutty, but still, it's a gutty.
So Casey going to lead 400,000 here with his pair of jacks. Jason with one over and a gut shot here. I mean, in position. Let's see how he chooses the call. I was gonna say there's times where you can make the argument for the check raise there.
Yeah, I don't know if this is one of them. Brick River. On a board like this, I mean, when Jason calls turn, I think Casey can bet for value targeting some 8s if he'd like, but I also don't hate a check.
Check, basically check call.
He does check. Spades have bricked. Exactly. We are checking purely with the intent to check call. I don't know if there's... Wow. Jason decides to just not bluff.
Very disciplined from Jason there.
I guess he can give Casey some 7-6s that have decided not to bluff.
Well, I was like, I have a 9 in my hand, so he probably doesn't have 9-10, Queen 9. Hoping you bet your 8.
Yeah, basically doing our analysis for us.
Yeah.
Bad board to bluff on.
Let's look at our chip counts.
Yeah, I would agree.
Casey with a pretty overwhelming chip lead at this point by about 51 big blinds.
Enough heart, anything's possible though.
But as Casey just said, anything is possible.
When he says
one double and everything changes.
Yeah, I know.
When he says bad board to bluff on, what's funny with that is the draws that bricked. He still has showdown value of it. The same idea with the king call, with the queen high. He blocks that same type of hand from Casey. So if Casey's making that bet with something that can realize equity, a 10-7, 9-7, something along those lines, he still has potential showdown value with the queen.
100%. Yeah, some of Casey's turn probes we're just ahead of. That's why we float the queen 10 beyond just having the gutter, right? Because when Casey shuts down the river, sometimes we just win.
And here we go. We have a limp and a check, so we go to a flop, and Jason flops top pair with his queen 9. Casey picks up the bottom pair with the 6-4. It goes check, and now Casey with the bet.
I get on a texture this dry, Casey stabbing, because he can generate
out
a lot
one
of
big
folds.
blind,
I think it's
blind.
cool. Plus he blocks like 6-5, which is blocking some of the continues that Jason can have. We can just win this hand right now.
Yep. And obviously we see that that's not going to happen.
Most definitely. I was trying to
much
disregard the cards this time, Whitefish.
Yeah, very much understood as to why. And
380,000.
Jason just deciding to raise here outright. On a texture this dry, I think I prefer a peel from him. Casey's gonna peel. Which I don't hate either. I mean, we have a lot of chips.
In position.
Yeah, I didn't bet to not float one.
Now he picks up a gut shot. And he blocks the 6-5 like you mentioned. A very interesting card for him because he picks up a little bit of extra equity. It shouldn't make Jason any stronger. Goes check here.
The river's a relative brick. I was gonna say, does Casey ever start repping the 6-5, facing a bet perhaps on the turn or on the river? Or is Casey just happy with this showdown value? I mean, I think Casey's got to know if he faces a bet here. He probably doesn't have the best hand on bet, check, bet. That line is pretty strong in this scenario. I don't know if Casey's going to fold, but I wouldn't feel great. This texture is really dry.
35.
If you're raising me on flop with just air.
We block a lot of air. We block 8-6. We block 6-5. We block 6-3.
5-3 is like the 5-3 is the hand that I'd say.
And 5-3 might just decide out of position. It has enough showdown value. He says 5-6.
Yeah, 5-6.
Yeah, so he's saying that he can't have the nuts.
I'm not checking the turn with 5-6, man.
I think you would. I think you're a sicko who would.
No.
Jason has spoken. I believe he was value betting the first time he was speaking, right? When they went into that deep tank?
I think so.
Yeah, I think both times he decided
it was the ace-9, right? The
correct,
ace-9
with 3
against the
9s. That is
king-jack.
correct. That is correct. That was the last
River.
time.
Yep. Casey finding the right fold. And we continue here. You can see Casey still a little over a 2-to-1 chip advantage. They are still relatively deep. You know, the short stack on 33 bigs. We get some of these dynamics. We get some of this fun. It's not just going to be
linear. Yeah, most definitely. We're going to have some dynamic play going on here.
All right. Is there super strong or super weak?
I want to say thank you so much to you as well, Whitesmith, for having me.
Of course,
Love
man.
being here. This is a blast.
Of course.
Great hanging out with you.
Of course.
Great watching my boys play.
Jason with the Jack 10, looking like a raise.
380 it looks like. Yep.
Casey with the King 8. Both
Other
offsuit.
hand that can 3-bet sometimes out of position. I mean, decent blocking principles with the king in his hand. Given SPR, or stack depths, you can apply some pressure to Jay.
Is just going to call. We are going to see a flop. Casey with the hearts covered. Jason with the diamonds covered. Queen 10-6 rainbow. No backdoor flush draws, but Jason picks up the pair of 10s. Both of them with plenty of backdoor options towards the straights that'll interact with each other.
Most definitely.
Second pair for Jason here gets checked to him.
Probably going to be met with a C-bet. It does.
Yep, and Casey quickly going to get out of the way.
No incentive to continue and play
Nope.
hands like this.
No, it'd be one thing if he was in position and was able to choose sizings, get
Most
free
definitely.
cards.
Very well said.
Yep. So we'll just continue here. Nice little small chip up for Jason. You know, climbing back a little closer, potentially towards a more even chip distribution.
God, 48 minutes.
I think I broke my water.
What'd you say?
Broke my water. You know, like we drink liquor and shit. You gotta pee, you gotta pee. I feel like the moment I pee, I'm gonna start peeing more.
Break the seal, so they say.
Casey with the pair of 2s on the button. We're going to get the raise.
325,000.
Just a click.
Jason 10-5 offsuit here.
Right.
Do you really need to go to the bathroom?
Yeah, bad.
Too bad. Hold it in. Go. Go. I'm serious.
Is there a
Go to the
break?
bathroom. Dude, we can pause the clock if he
Pause
needs
it?
to go to the
Oh,
bathroom.
yeah, please.
He said
Yeah,
it 30 minutes ago. So.
Casey's a
I
class
gotta
act.
pause
Yeah,
it.
go, bro.
Casey's a class
No
act.
worries.
All right, so as we can see, it does look like we're going to take a quick hiatus here.
Little bathroom break.
Nice friendly heads-up poker. That's what happens when you have $76,000
Locked up.
plus
Yeah.
bounties already locked up. You know, why, you know, this is, you know, obviously they're still playing for a lot, right? There's a lot of money to be won still.
Pride.
Pride, 2 very, very awesome, very, very sharp trophies. But at the same time, and kind of what we've seen on all of the streams so far, like there's also just like I'm happy to be here. Like we've already accomplished a lot. We've already won a lot. Why does this need to be anything more than just a good experience?
This East Coast Reg crew does a great job of always acting like they've been there, man. Just the dynamics are always great. Even in tense situations, there's a lot of fun going on at the table. There's a lot of mutual respect, and that's what we see, right? At these higher levels of play, in these bigger these FTs and these big series, we have a lot of professionalism, a lot of class, and a lot of fun. These guys still. It's not lost on them the sheer gravity of what they're playing for.
They know how much money they're playing for.
But they're also not complete robots either, and they know how to have fun and enjoy themselves. Because at the end of the day, we all started playing this as a card game, man. For $20, the money was never the chase, right? It was always just about the love of the game, and it still maintains true. Yeah, I'm a big advocate for the East Coast Reg crew. I think there's no one better often.
And it's also as simple as like. If the roles were reversed, right, and you had to go to the bathroom, I would love for my opponents to say, "Yeah, let's take 5 minutes." Like, we're at this point, like, what am I gonna do? Be a dick? Make you pee your pants?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, there's no benefit for me. All it's gonna do is just cause bad feelings. Like, it's not gonna make. In theory, it's not gonna. It shouldn't really change if anything, you might take a more aggressive line on some things, and that is not necessarily going to be beneficial to me.
If you need to take that edge to win, I don't really. That's the thing. I don't. Is that really how someone would want to win? Anyway?
I want at the end of this table for the two of us to go and cheers a drink together.
Absolutely,
and that's not going to happen if you're being a dick to me. If I'm being a dick to you.
100%, most definitely. But yeah,
kind of to what you were saying. Also, just a lot of people in this scene acting like they've been there. One of the things that I got the opportunity to do with the Fall Open here was some of the commentary then, and a few of the people who were at the tables that I got to commentate about. I ran into around the halls in the cafeteria at the bar.
Sure, yeah.
And just got a chance to say to a few of them, just like, I can't tell you how much I appreciated your the way you presented yourself, your demeanor. Yes, thank you. That's the word.
Of course.
Your demeanor on the field. You guys are it looked like you guys are having so much fun. It makes me feel good talking about it to see people having fun about it. And I think it's a really good presentation of what, in my opinion, live poker should be.
Completely agree.
We're tournament, especially tournament poker, and tournament poker. Cash games, you're playing against everybody at the table.
Absolutely.
In a tournament game, you're playing against everybody at the table, but you're not going to win in the long run. You're not going to win every tournament, every session. Sometimes it's going to go against you. Sometimes it's
more often than not, you're gonna succumb to variance.
And in tournaments, like, if I don't win, I want people who I enjoy to win, people who are good people,
Absolutely.
People who are positive, fun, friendly people.
100%.
In a cash game, I don't want anybody else to win. I want to win.
Yeah, most definitely.
In a tournament, if it's not going to be me, I want it to be someone that I can root for.
About. Yeah, absolutely.
And we've had a lot of that so far in these
Throughout
streams.
Series, absolutely.
Even just now, just messing with Akash earlier, right? Like,
yeah,
just
man,
having some
it's
fun
just so
there.
great. And the community on the East Coast and over here is so great at the Borgata, man.
Yeah.
Just all these people tuning into the chat, former winners, former friends of winners, everyone in there, people who've run deep in all of these birds, they all come together and they interact with each other in the chat. And anytime we come here for a series, man, everyone just knows each other, and it's such a great time. And as our players return, and we'll say, like, you will see the less experienced players obviously acting less like they've been there and doing more of those shady and uncomfortable things and not realizing that the game is
definitely not always.
But the pros, but these guys are class. They're experienced. They've been here before, and we love having them here.
Well, to be fair, Jason has no Hendon. No Hendon.
He owed me in a
listed
pot a
lives
couple
for
days ago, man. That's absolute cap.
Doesn't mean that he's not experienced playing.
Very true. Very true.
In some of these large spot live tournaments, maybe not.
Thank you, Todd.
True.
Thank you, Billy, for your patience.
Casey,
don't be nice to Billy.
Thanks, man.
Don't be nice to Billy in the box.
I love Billy.
I met him very briefly, again, through my buddy, through a bag of beers.
Oh, okay.
He just is nice and friendly. Nice and friendly as guys can be.
He's the nicest guy in the world. I love Billy.
We
saw Billy over at the lodge.
Jason with the Queen Jack, gonna raise his button.
Casey with a snap muck kind of hand.
Casey with an 8-deuce offsuit. Not a whole lot of a decision there. We're back into the action here. Heads up at the Borgata Winter Poker Open $2,200 PKO final table. With both players having locked up about $76,000 each, plus their own bounty, or plus the bounties that they've won, playing for basically the bounties on the table and the trophies behind the table.
This tournament had a $1 million guaranteed prize pool as well, right?
Tournament had a $1 million guaranteed prize pool.
Wow.
I believe it ended up hitting about 880,000 or so.
Got close.
It got a lot closer than it looked like it was going to at one point. There was a pretty significant overlay alert that was kind of getting spread around, and a lot of cool things done by both MGM and the Borgata in the room to give people like rake-free satellites,
free rooms for the night,
free rooms if you fired.
Absolutely,
just a lot of things to try and again get people to help cut into some of the overlay from their end, but also very, very player friendly, giving people opportunities to maybe take a shot here that they might not.
Most definitely. Shout out to MGM and Borgata for paying out all those overlays as well, paying them out in full, handling everything with class and professionalism. We love being here.
Yeah, and it's very easy to, again, for us, obviously we're working with them. We're working with the Borgata team, with the MGM team. It's very easy to speak highly of people that we're working with.
True.
But it's also they make it that much easier just by
their behavior.
Really often, putting the right foot forward.
Yeah. The only reason I choose to be in this box is I would never put myself forward for anyone that I didn't support or love wholeheartedly. And the Borgata and MGM have been so great in everything they've done, and they're incredible.
We have Jason changing it up a little bit, limping his ace-6 here. Casey going to check his big blind with the 7-3 of hearts. And a slightly different dynamic than what we've seen so far with the ace limping here. We've seen some of the limps with some of the small connectors. And kind of what you were talking about was, and now again, the chip distribution is separated, but limping, interesting turn. As I'll come back to that in a sec. Casey hits the flush on the turn with a gut shot straight flush draw. Jason picking up second pair top kicker. And Casey is going to lead with a bet here.
I think this can only be met with pure call. I don't think we're ever mucking this turn, especially for this half pot sizing, but I also don't think we're ever raising. I don't see any purpose.
You're almost never going to have worse continue with that board, and you're almost never going to have better fold.
Correct. I hope Casey does choose to bet this river, of course, seeing the cards in terms of everything. I think it's unlikely in Jason's range, given that we're heads up, that he just has a single heart that continued, and it's more likely he has a pair.
We've seen Jason check back too in a couple spots that could be bluff heavy.
Most definitely. A very fair sizing from Casey. It looks like he bet about half pot, which I like a lot, targeting a lot.
550, little bit more.
A little bit more. Targeting a lot of Jason's
Having
range.
seen that, I was going to say I would have loved to have seen a bet in the 500 to 600 range and split the difference, and we'll take the 550.
Sure.
I'll say that after we see his 550
bet. You're very objective as well.
What I do like about this sizing, though, is Jason picked up a hand that there's not going to be too many things that will have beaten him at the time.
Yeah.
The 7 is a very, very tough card for him to see. And it might actually be the thing that he might let him get away from this, because the bluffs that now got better than him
8 7s, 9 7s, 9 8s,
7 5s, 7 3s, all the things that he can't see.
Yeah, very true.
The 7 might be tough because he might no longer be good.
Do you think those hands as Casey would bet the river, having now made showdown value?
Yes, because I think the 10 would have shown differently throughout
Sure,
the my opinion.
That's fair. Yeah, I think Casey's value bet, he does call. Yeah, he puts in the chip.
He's going to see the bad news. I don't blame him for it. It's not saying that it's going to be something that's a pure fold.
Casey's value betting range is fairly condensed here to flushes, 10s,
I
sets.
think it's high, well, not high 7s, but higher 7s. So you're 7 8 7 9
7 with these hearts.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, sure.
And then straights, flushes, or stronger
Sets,
two
top
pairs.
pairs,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So I don't hate the call, but if there was going to be the kind of card that would let him get away from it, the 7 was the one.
Yeah, I agree.
Get the other one to Casey.
No, I'm okay. I appreciate it. Thank you so
crunch.
much. I'm okay. Thank you.
They're both vodka. But this is with you.
Double fisted. I'll take.
Oh, he's going to go for 2 vodkas.
Just because you already have it, that's why.
Balance out with his coconut water range. He's
Jason's dressed like Denzel Washington in Training Day. That's a good shot. That's a great shot right
sick
there.
Pull.
That's a
Can I
great
get
shot.
another hot
Sick
tea with
pull.
lemon and honey? Thank you.
It's a great movie.
It is, and it's not a look that I can ever pull off, and that's not in any way, shape, or form a knock on Jason. Like,
He's rocking it pretty well. Yeah. I could never pull it off.
No, that's not something that'll ever look good on me, but he pulls it off very well.
Casey's looking down at the King 4 hearts. We're waiting for, I think, Jason to take his shot. And then,
we have another comment here. There is a Jason Nguyen with a Hendon. So there's not, I guess maybe a chance that somehow where the names got put in that we may have had a different Jason Nguyen.
Perhaps. Or maybe that's a different Jason Nguyen.
It could be. I can't imagine Jason Nguyen is going to be one of the least common names ever.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there were more than one.
450.
We didn't get to call out the comment before, by the way, but I have to. I saw a comment that said,
raise,
all I do
right?
is Nguyen, no matter what.
All right, okay, I like that one.
Kind of bars.
I like that one.
Kind of fire.
All right, we have a raise from Casey and the 3-bet from Jason here. Is that right? 3-bet from Jason with the Queen 5.
He misclicked his raise, and now it's just a pure click back.
490.
Oh gosh, another misclick.
It's okay.
Another misclick. We've got a couple vodkas in the hand. We're having a good time.
I wonder how Casey's going to respond. He does just peel.
The suited King 4, I certainly understand.
I'm with it. In position.
Yeah. If he was unsuited, if he was offsuit, then I could certainly see him coming back over the top.
Sure, as one of his bluff combos for sure for his bluff candidates. I agree. I wonder how Jason's going to proceed now. He does check.
Very interesting board here for Jason's hand, where he's got a whole bunch of backdoors.
Queen of Diamonds is very relevant.
He really kind of threw the dynamic off with the misclick, and now the open end for Jason. The King of Diamonds might have been a little spicier, but open end for Jason. Pair of kings for Casey. We're going to see Jason take the betting lead here.
Dan McGinnis said that either I and Sohab, or I guess Jason and Sohab, have been binging the Equalizer series. I guess given the Denzel reference to the training day.
Here we have a little over half pot from Jason. Casey with the top pair of kings.
Can be only met with pure call, in my opinion. I mean, this is a dynamic board, but
yeah,
I don't know how much better we get to fold and how much worse we get to continue.
Yeah, there's definitely. I mean, I don't say definitely no raises because people can do anything that they want in poker.
And they do sometimes.
We've had some very entertaining play on stream, and the ace on the river brings this straight in for Jason.
Jason makes Broadway. Backdoor clubs come in. I don't find those to be all that relevant. I mean, they would be more relevant for Casey than they would for Jason. Jason now gets to comfortably value bet this river. I'm probably taking a small sizing, to be honest with you.
I was gonna say I like about maybe 750-ish, 800,
900.
Yeah, like that similar block merge size that we saw from him before.
100%, I'm with it.
We've seen him size up pretty significantly when he's had value before. And I'm a big fan of sizing up with value in most cases.
Polar, as am I. I'll take polar lines and spots.
This is kind of a perfect spot. He chooses about a half pot here.
What a river.
What a river indeed, Case.
All right. This would just be like a soul read, but I don't think I can call. How much? 1.2, 55?
Yeah, this is one where, again, kind of like that weird little it's not a merge bet in this situation by any stretch, but that weird little merge blocker size that we were talking about a few hands ago.
Very rarely choosing like a polar over bet sizing, like full pot sizings with a lot of these hands, which has been working to his fruition for the most part, or has been working to his benefit for the most part.
And every time he did, he had it.
Also a very keen observation, yes.
We see Casey trying to put the story together, and I think he already said it's going to be very difficult for him to even call this.
He did, yes. The reluctant chip return to the stack. We should see shortly these cards into the muck.
We'll see.
It's just not
a really bad call if I decide to.
It's just not a great hand to call off with.
He's talking himself through it, and there's a part of him that wants to, because I guarantee there's a part of him that's saying Jason is full of it. Jason's I mean, obviously Jason's been enjoying him.
9-8 of hearts.
He's been enjoying himself. He could have 7 deuce, right?
Oh, he does call, Case. You knew it, buddy.
And what we saw earlier though is when he had the strength, Jason was chirpy. And Jason got quiet there with strength again. It was a pretty interesting.
I you fucking flat.
I'm hoping that it was an intentional thought by him.
It's a fantastic observation.
Because every time he was getting chirpy, he was very strong.
Yeah, very. Yeah. The effective nuts every single time.
Very close.
Very keen observation.
We're close.
Whitesmith, very keen observation. For an online player, you have a lot of these live dynamics.
It's very easy when you can see everything in front of you. I say it. I'm the greatest poker player in the world when I see everybody's cards. When I see it all.
I still suck.
Oh, I got a dirty stack. Hold up.
Ooh, Jason saying he had a dirty stack. Did he make money or lose money? It was a 25K and a 100K stack. He lost 75K. That's always tilting.
You know what? I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference right now.
I guess I'm just steaming. I look for any reason to steam.
That's NJ.
You too, bro.
We get Jason Nguyen as like top 3 Vietnamese American names. I mean, fair enough.
Touche.
Fair enough.
Touche.
Run DMG. Nice. Nice.
We have a creative chat today.
We do. We have Jason with the Jack 10 raising on his button.
Casey mucking the
We did
7-4.
just go up in blinds. We went up to 100, 200 with a 200,000 big blind ante.
Thank you,
Means
Billy.
we're going to be playing about 36
Appreciate
bigs
you, yeah.
effective for the moment, given Jason's
Yeah,
stack.
In a little bit.
It's definitely bringing a little bit more of the squeeze in. We're not quite there yet. We probably have a couple levels to go before the average size gets down to something where it's consistently in a relatively small, shorter stacked heads up match.
Agreed.
Still plenty of playability.
Yeah, we haven't entered the deep waters yet.
But just with every single one of these, that big blind ante, as Lavin had mentioned before, is going to be that much more impactful.
Significant
Thank
in
you.
evaluating our
Appreciate
play,
you.
yeah, absolutely. This could be an interesting hand. Casey probably going to open the Jack 10-0.
Yeah, and Jason with an ace in his big blind, and again that 35, 35-ish bigs, 36 bigs.
Thank you very much.
Gonna make just a
Thanks so
call.
much.
So the ace of diamonds, 6 of hearts for Jason, Jack of hearts, 10 of spades for Casey as we go to the flop. Casey flops top 2.
I was fine with the call from. I'm fine with the call from
Very
Jason
much,
pre-flop as
very
well.
much.
We've also seen Casey blast try to bluff Jason as he did in that one hand. So he knows he's capable of doing so, and Casey might try to rep range on ace high boards, and we'd be under repped in that case. So
Yeah. Now this board a little bit stronger for Casey than
pretty
Jason.
comfortable fold for Jason here. I think we just lose the minimum and move on to the next hand.
Yeah, I mean it's a shame heads up to lose with an ace, but
Yeah.
you know you're not going to win every hand with an ace. You know, so exactly that. He gets away from it. Very, very disciplined, keeping himself from getting into too much trouble.
Our 2 trophies loom in the background.
And Jason scoops in a small pot.
Dude,
Or, excuse me, Casey scoops in a small pot.
Those PKO bounty piles are so sexy.
Yeah, because that's actually real money, as
That's
opposed to
like
these tournament
actual-
numbers. That's actually real money.
dollars that I can get Chipotle with.
That's a lot of Chipotle.
Never enough.
That's a lot
That's
of
a lot
Chipotle.
of Chipotle.
Jason coming here with
Burrito
the
bowls
raise
for
of the
the whole
8-7.
poker.
Casey with the 5 deuce off. Is going to make the defend.
I want the cannons we can just muck, but I mean it's facing a pure min click, so I guess
it's
probably feels fine.
And again, connected on a double, the big blind ante.
Plus
that's
the
for
ante's
sure.
in there as well, exactly, precisely. And Casey obviously just has the implied odds of winning, stacking Jason at any point and winning all of these.
Yep.
All of this extra bounty money. So I guess for an extra 1 big blind, we're not gonna.
And you know, King Queen 6 here on the flop isn't going to. You know, we're going to see Jason with the suit. Isn't going to have anyone go broke. Jason going to put some money in. I can't imagine Casey does anything. Actually, you know, he can rep any king he wants. King high board here is perfectly reasonable candidate for a check raise if you're going to look at it to say any king high board I'm going to check raise. But
Sure.
Casey just saying.
Decides to just let it go and stay in line for now. You and I looking for the creative lines.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
For sure, sir. For sure.
Yeah, I'm certainly check raising any weak king there, but yeah, 5 deuce. There's no reason to take a stand on that one. And seesaw a little bit back towards Jason Nguyen.
Only a 13 big blind differential between the two. This is a close match. Jason picking up the 9-9.
Casey with the jack 3 looks like a limp.
Be met with a raise from Jason, and that should be the end of our hand.
Size is up too.
Raised to 700.
That was not. I forgot our blinds had just gone up. Excuse me.
3.5 bigs.
Yep. I think he had gone a little bit higher on one of his previous. I think he had gone. I think he had gone to a 4 before.
I believe you're correct. At our prior blind level, I think it was limp 150 raised to 600 and change.
Something like that.
I believe you're correct.
And small little chip up, and that
Sure,
13
rings
big
too.
gap
What's that?
narrows
Rings.
just a
I like them.
smidge.
Oh,
Most definitely.
thanks.
Should wear my shit too.
Appreciate it. You like rings?
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh,
Jason
Mutual
picking up
stylistic
some
respect.
cards. Ace-10 offsuit on the button here. Going to be met with the raise. I think it was 5 this time. He does go to 500. Casey with an 8-6 of hearts here. That's a great hand appeal.
He's a pretty pure call. Yeah,
Great hand appeal. Interesting to see Jason choosing different sizes with these raises too, though.
Yeah.
Let's see if that is something that ends up being consistent. King, Queen, 2, all diamonds.
Oh, Casey's done with this hand.
Yeah, Jason just needs to sniff at this one, and he'll scoop yet another one.
Fuck already, Case.
That's 300.
Just a 1.5 bigs, and let's see what Casey's thinking here.
1.1.
Wow, he does decide to
He
bluff.
decides to bump this up almost 4x.
The problem is when Casey just, I guess he's figuring when he's in the big blind just flatting, he has a lot of suited combos.
And also the king, right? The king is gonna flat just about anything.
Yeah, King X's are gonna fly a lot.
We just
Random
said this
kings.
literally two hands ago.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you know,
This board does heavily hit Jason as well, though.
certainly can.
He is gonna peel. Now I would like to see, since we've decided to take this line, Casey just go for it on most non-diamond turns.
4 of hearts is certainly one we could see a bomb here.
Barrel the turn. If we want, we can check and evaluate how Jason replies and see if he does just have a single diamond by checking back. I guess that's what he's deciding to do.
Jason with under 2 pots behind. So I was gonna say if he's gonna size up, he had to pick a size that he's looking at playing for stacks.
Well observed.
1.4.
That is 1.4.
Putting 1.4 in here from Jason. Going to work as we see Casey lay it down. And that's going to seesaw Jason into the chip lead.
Damn it.
We are
Put
getting
more
some
in there?
movement here.
Was that?
You could have done it.
Nah. Doesn't work on the flop. I just have to give up.
And now you see again.
So I called you light earlier. It's like, found out you're 3-betting with 8-4. I'm like, oh, he probably has 8-4 on this board again.
As the stream comes through, it is kind of funny to hear people going back to some of the hands that that they remember from earlier.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
As we continue here,
4, 5,
Jason now with a
6,
7 big blind
5,
lead.
6, 8,
And again, very, very much
7,
anyone's
8.
game.
All
We're
right.
40
I already
bigs
have you beat by, like,
effective.
500.
A lot of
It's
poker left to be played.
a lot of things that can happen, and it's shallow enough that it can be over in a hand.
Most definitely.
Anyone can get coolered at right here.
Most definitely.
Casey with the Queen 10 of hearts, gonna open here. Jason with this offsuited king, King 7 that we've been talking about these offsuited kings.
The Kevin. Queen in the window.
Queen 5-3 rainbow flop. Casey picking up top pair and some backdoor flushes. Jason very, very little. Does have some backdoor straights, but very, very little here. Not a great flop for his hand.
Got one perfect one. He's the 4-6 with a 6-4.
Working.
Got the over as well.
Got the over.
Casey bets 1.1 big or 1.3 bigs. We have a peel.
Gonna peel once. 8 of hearts in the turn.
Casey now turning his backdoor flush draw. Jason. Still not with much.
Checks again. We've got 1.6 million in the pot already. Casey with top pair and a flush draw, all the equity in the world and position, and it's just a matter of what can he extract. And unfortunately for him, Jason doesn't have a whole lot that he should be able to extract from.
Yeah, that should be the end of this hand, but you never know.
We've certainly seen some moves. We've certainly seen some bluffs put on in different spots, and we've seen that Jason's certainly capable. So we'll see how he chooses to play this.
Oh my god,
he's gonna go call.
He just doesn't believe Casey.
That, or he's trying to tee up something here on the river.
Oh my god!
Hits the offsuit
I was gonna say just not an offsuit king. Oh my god!
He hits the 2-outer, not even a 3-outer this time. He hits the 2-outer. And
Casey's gonna be steaming.
Oh, Casey.
Yeah. Casey's gonna be steaming.
Hearts with top pair. Fuck.
So insane.
I'll go for a devious intent on the river.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what was the plan?
It looked like he was, like I said, he
like
was maybe lining something up
No,
for that
yeah,
river, and
maybe trying to rep backdoor hearts, and he was gonna bluff on a heart river as
and
well.
then
run into
he
it.
hits the
Offsuit
equity.
king. Oh my.
He hits the equity.
gosh.
and-
Go for a devious intent.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, oh shit, I got showdown value now.
Doing my job for me. Thank you, Jason.
Casey needs a sip of tea after that one.
Maybe he needs to grab one of the vodkas after that one. But still plenty of depth. Very, very healthy stack here on 33 bigs. Yeah. And we can see just one or two hands and it can very, very easily flip-flop. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, both of them have had turns as chip leader. Jason gonna muck the 8-3 off and
Probably privy to the fact that he's not getting many folds from Casey opening the next shuffle.
I don't think so right now. I don't think so right now.
I think it's a wise muck.
You know, it's funny. You know,
a drink?
Exactly the thoughts of
Drink
like he's going to fold. He's
no.
going to fold. He's going to fold. He calls. There's got to be something going on. He's got to be planning something. And then boom, hits the unexpected because
Yeah, there's definitely no float there.
I'm
thinking he
happy,
has
you
the
know what I'm
best
saying?
hand
Yeah,
like
bro.
ever. I think.
You
know, and
very rarely at least.
Bless, you know what I'm
And I
saying?
really
Celebrating life
like
right now.
that with the idea of betting the river.
lucky.
If he had two pair, if he had two higher pair,
Yeah,
like if he turned two pair.
yeah,
right?
for sure.
If he had like a 5-8, or if he had like the queen 8 or something like that.
You were referring to Jason, right?
To Jason,
shit.
yeah.
How good do I run, right?
What's up, Case?
Yeah.
I know, buddy. I
Think
know.
about it.
I know.
You've,
It's so
how many
No,
times?
when you hit the king.
To be fair,
Oh my
Casey.
God.
To be fair
Yeah, I was
to
about
be
say,
fair to
oh,
the
he
world,
about to be sick.
and
Like,
to some of
queen
the
eight
people
be
no
sick.
longer
I can
at
only
the
lose to a
table.
king.
Yeah,
You've
you
also cooled
run better than him. Yeah,
You've also cooled a
I'll
couple
go
my
people
man.
out
No,
at this
let him
level.
whine a little. It's all right.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
can reel it in, but yeah, no, for sure.
I guess
the thing
in
is,
my head,
I
I'm
actually
like, all right, any 4, any
we'll let them
9.
listen in for a sec.
Like you flop, gutter, turn open ended.
No, it's
So I
just
was-
whining, just whining.
I was gonna say based on that actually.
Yeah.
I just think
I put you like
It's
the
a pure
choice of
two-outer,
hand
yeah,
that Jason was
pure
choosing in
two-outer.
this
I mean,
texture to
understand
now
you're
take
setting up
away.
the
I don't know how many
river, but
principles
you're
it had in terms of.
yeah.
This was more of
I
a, I
think
guess, an
it's gonna be
exploitative spot that he was going to choose to try to put Casey in the blender on. Just wondering what he could have floated twice with and then taken aggressive action on the river.
You know, he if we're gonna look for something, he has something that blocks some of those other backdoors, the 7 of hearts, and he has the over that can realize.
True.
Do I? Is it the line that I would have taken? No. But he also wasn't
right.
doing it looking for the king. He was doing it looking to make a move.
To make Casey fold.
Probably thinking that Casey didn't have it, and it had less to do with which 2 cards he had as opposed to him just not believing Casey.
Most definitely, and wanting to take it away.
And then stumbled into the
Top
equity and
pair.
said, "I'll take my equity."
It's always sick, right? Just
Yeah.
getting there.
Well,
You never
like
even think of that to be an option.
Yeah.
He's talking to her.
But you know, and when we look at some of the types of hands in these spots, you're looking at it as you're looking at it less as like, oh, I can get there because you're not counting on the 2 or 3 outer there, right?
Most
You're not-
definitely.
But if his mindset is just, I don't think Casey has it, I'm going to push him off his hand, it doesn't necessarily matter so much, and it might help you having that, like, oh, look, I just backed into this.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. As we see Queen 7 and 9-7 go to battle. Casey flopping an open ender. Jason,
Blocking
in
the
his
open
mind,
ender.
blocking an open ender precisely. We should hang out more, Whitey.
It's been fun, Rishi. It's
Yeah,
been
we
fun.
can Definitely have some cool grind sessions.
We just met last week.
Yeah?
Just talking about this and kind of the consistent thing that I got was like, yeah, he's a really fun guy, he's a really positive guy, a lot of fun guy to be
Cheers,
around.
I appreciate it.
I didn't say that I said that.
I appreciate whoever did say that. Yeah, my intro
We
to
get a
Whitey
check
was...
raise. We get a check raise here out of Jason.
This is the annoying part about betting hands like this, right? Is that we do get raised off our equity sometimes. We're not going to get raised off of it in this case. Casey's never folding after everything that's
He's
happened.
definitely not fooling this opener.
Never folding.
But he can get knocked off of it at later streets here. 4 of diamonds on the turn brings in plenty of other hands that would interact with this board in some way, shape, or form.
7-5 suiteds.
You know,
4
6 fours,
threes,
6
6
fours,
fours.
8 fours, just
Suiteds, yep.
and now that open end shrinks.
Goes to 1.2 million.
You know, 1.2, about half pot here from Jason. And that open end shrinks.
Casey blocking the 7-5.
Could also choose a blast here with equity behind. And he doesn't have any kind of showdown value. So if he's going to continue, I would love to see him
raise here.
He
is in position, so I guess if he wants to evaluate, he could see how Jason responds on certain rivers. But no, I do agree. I think the worst option here is fold, even knowing that Jason is a better hand. I think the worst option here is fold.
Dude, this is 6 bigs. He's sitting on, what do we have? About 27 behind, 28 behind?
Yeah, a little under 27.5 bigs behind. Wonder how Casey will act. No, Case.
He does lay it down. Well, the 9 high shrinks there.
You turned it?
I did.
Did you? That's so gross.
I ain't turned it, but the turn card was definitely good for me.
Casey trying to figure out what that means.
Turn card was definitely good for me.
Yeah, it was good for you, and it interacted really well with the board, and it bricked how strong of a draw that Casey had. What's sick though is if Casey calls, if Jason puts in, he can put in any bet as long as, and if Casey doesn't have, want a stomach putting in his last 20 bigs there, he just loses if he doesn't improve.
Absolutely, he can just be out of the tournament, right? The tournament could just be over. I agree. Peeling would have been a tough option.
Red, right? Peeling's a tough option there.
In position, it's obviously preferable, but
sure,
definitely would have been difficult. As Casey looks down at the 5 deuce of diamonds, and Jason with the 8-7 of clubs.
We see the raise, 2.5 bigs.
See how Casey responds here.
We get the defend. That means suited, connectors,
I'm with it.
Heads up. Of course.
I'm with it.
Of course.
King in the window. Jack 6. Nothing here for Case. And
two clubs for Jason. Nothing here for Casey. But we have the same kind of king board where he can rep if he so chooses. He is not so choosing. And certainly a good time not to, considering Jason did have the
They don't want me to
there.
snap fold, right?
They not want you to snap fold.
They don't want me to snap fold, Chris? They don't want me to snap fold?
He's talking about the production team in advance on the feature table. It wasn't quite as quick of a snap fold. Like we did actually get a chance to pan back over to you, but they did ask the players not to snap fold
so that they could
earlier, so that the action would be able to be picked up.
Most definitely.
Because we have the split screen here, it doesn't matter at this point
because we can view both actions
because
in
we
real
see
time.
them both at the same time.
Fantastic! Wow, we have a battle of the napkins here.
Oh shit!
So
7 deuce took it
quick
down.
Conclusion.
Nice. I won a monster with the hand I just had earlier. Just now.
Did he?
Wasn't feeling it.
The 10-3. He folded the 10-3, and Jason won with the 7 deuce. The 10-3 was the quads full.
Oh, it was a 10-3, right? He did have quads. Thank you. I was gonna say, what hand was 10-3 that?
3-bet.
In case you
with
want
7 deuce.
The hero king high. The
hero king high, king deuce of clubs.
Yeah,
that was a crazy hand.
That was a fun hand.
That was a crazy hand.
Again, I go back to that. I still king high ace high is the same thing. It's truly.
I've definitely done far more egregious things than calling off with king high on that.
Much more egregious.
Far more egregious things. I think far more egregious actions have been documented of me doing them, let alone the fact that I've just done them.
Jason with the 6 deuce looks like he's limping.
Do you think, not in this case, I think these guys have been playing their game wholeheartedly, but do you think certain players you've seen over the past week be affected by the fact that they're on stream?
It's tough for me to say because some of the less orthodox players or play that we've seen was done by people that I don't know personally.
Sure. So you don't know how they would play.
Exactly. So if I don't know them off stream, it's kind of tough for me to say, oh yeah, it impacted them. We've seen some very fun, very diverse play. And I can imagine some people wanting to.
Sure.
I can see some people wanting to say, like, if everyone thinks of me as this
you limp an ace, bro?
nittier person, then I'm going to present
That's what it looks
real
like.
quick.
I guess you limped an ace or I win.
He's just,
as we see it,
either you limp an ace or I win. And he was...
Casey was just shell-shocked a bit. He knew he had to call. He's just sick.
No, I think there's sometimes where like if someone might want to present a more active image than they might not on stream.
Sure.
And there's some people like Lavin played 2 hands in 3 hours, and someone might say, oh, he's nitty. And he just.
But anyone who knows Lavin.
Anyone who knows Lavin knows that he doesn't. He's got the same bluff frequency as Zach Grunberg. That's an inside joke on the side. No, but anyone who knows Lavin knows that he's more than capable of bluffing. And if they watched that stretch that he was on the table,
they would have a different impression of him. Most definitely.
Maybe three hands that he could have even possibly tried to put chips in with, and the cards just played themselves.
Thanks for keeping it entertaining for us, Lavin. Appreciate you, buddy.
Casey limping the king 10 on the button here. Jason gonna bump it up with an ace this time. We've seen Jason do this, but pretty much all with strong hands.
Casey might find
I don't know. I think I was gonna say I think that there's actually I don't think we're gonna see him fold. I think there's 3 legitimate options for him here. Peel non all in 3-bet and then
all in 3-bet.
He's getting to be short enough that you could get some times where some players.
No, I don't disagree. I mean, I'm with you on that. I think peeling is fine. I think not all in 3-bet's also really good. But yeah, might as well just realize your equity position.
I think peeling is a move. He flops the pair of 10s.
Yeah, really. Yeah. I think peeling's a move. I think that was a good. Well, now that we do this, I want to put more money in the pot pre. I would have clicked it back, let him peel, and then flop the 10. That's fine.
Fair. The non all.
The non all in 3-bet's even better now, buddy. We just flopped the 10. You gotta do like Adam Sandler. You just gotta have click. Go back 30 seconds.
Yeah. So we see Jason check his ace high. Casey is gonna put out. What do we have here? 7 into 18?
3.5 bigs.
Yeah, 7 into 18,
which is a little under a third.
Yep, we're gonna see Jason make the call very understandably.
Which tracks
tons of showdown value. 7 on the turn doesn't really change the current. There wasn't really a whole lot of reason for some of those in between cards to be involved. So you're not going to have seen a whole bunch. If it was 10-6-6, then it's a little bit more interactive.
Sure. I think after this line as well, after Jason raises pre, check calls flop, and then checks the turn, I think Casey can start ranging him on a lot of ace highs or a lot of overcard floats. He's blocking a lot of king X's. So I think he can continue betting small, trying to get floated continually.
Keep floating.
Yeah, I think Casey's sure he has the best hand now. Again, I haven't seen Jason play a trap. He's so sure he has the best hand, he decides to just check it back, pot control, and maybe let Jason bluff out of position.
And that's a terrible card for him.
Casey's terrified based on how things have gotten.
That's a terrible, and not normally, right?
Sure.
Normally,
yeah, it would be a
normally
relative
this should be a relative brick.
I agree.
He's pretty much trying to dodge the ace. Yeah, but he's going to snap check that back.
Casey's sure
but that's with the way the day has gone, that's a frustration check back because of how many times he's been 2 out of 3 outed.
After being peeled by overcards, as he makes a comment now. Yeah, he said, I feel like you had ace queen.
If I get jammed on, I just...
Yeah, Casey expressing what we were just talking about. He's just sick when he sees an overcard peel the river. He's checking back the turn to see a low river, have Jason maybe want to bluff off with some of his equity and beat him in the pot. But instead, we see an overcard. It goes check.
That's the kind of the accumulation of frustration.
I was going for the re-raise. I limped so I could re-raise, but you did 4x, so I'm like, all right, I'm
out of position.
Yeah.
But Casey talking about limping to have tried to 3-bet pre, but then the sizing throwing him off. Yeah. He looks down as the ace 5 at the ace 5-0 in the big blind.
Jason with the 7-6, and we've seen him limp this type of hand, and we've seen him raise this type of hand. We'll see what he chooses this time.
It's good to have a balanced frequency with your entire range, right? We're trying to be
looks like he chose the limp this time. And I was gonna say, I think we saw the limps when it was the shorter stack, and we saw him raising when he was a chip lead. And again, kind of balancing out, and I certainly don't mind that at all.
Yeah, likewise.
He picks up the 7.
Casey with the ace of diamonds gonna continue facing a bet if Jason so chooses, which I think he will given his actions so far throughout the day.
Second pair is certainly good enough to bet here, and
for value and protection.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he concurs.
Casey with again the ace of diamonds and backdoors. He does size up that bet too, and I like that too for that extra protection. He goes a little over half pot here.
For sure, on this texture in position as well.
Casey's strong enough still though to make that call, and that 4 is a Casey card.
It's going to favor Casey far more than it favors Jason, and we'll see if Jason decides to implement a little bit of pot control here. He does
slow down a little bit. Queen on the river. And
This is more of a brickie.
This is where I would love to see Casey go like 1.5 million, 1.6 and overbet this.
Just knowing his hand doesn't have that much showdown, he does decide to just...
And he has the showdown value, but
he probably doesn't have the best hand all that often.
Jason has a lot, like, the way that Jason... Oh, God.
Oh, no.
The way that Jason played that, and obviously we can see it, the way that... And now I'm talking myself out of it.
Yeah.
Casey still certainly has plenty of showdown value with the ace.
But your idea is dope, dude.
But it's...
You and I are trying to torch, bro, and I'm with it.
No,
because
it's
we're trying to target those
he has
four,
those
the fives,
sixes.
those small
Those
pairs,
sixes.
exactly.
Yeah.
And Casey, while the only question becomes, right, like, what is Casey credibly repping over betting river? Well, yeah, just having a four. Actually, we would just bomb a 4 on river for sure. Yeah, I completely agree.
And you know, you can, if he doesn't believe him, you can get called by worse.
I agree, and I think a really good skill about skill is knowing when you may not have the best hand, despite the fact that you conventionally have air quote showdown value. And being able to convert and target those marginal hands that beat us, despite the fact that our hand may theoretically have showdown value.
Even though it made stream, Jason told him that he called him down with king high on that king to a club, so he knew that then.
Yeah, absolutely. That he's willing to hero light, which could have played a factor in terms of bluffing there as well.
Sure.
But honestly, if Jason, the last time Jason called him down with king high, he had the stones, so that probably had an inverse effect. So maybe he should have gone for it. As this flop goes check. After an open from Casey pre and a peel from Jason. Casey still has the best hand. I don't know why we're checking back flop and turn after we open pre and get called. I think we should just be trying to generate folds. I don't think we get any information about where we're at, and we could just be betting range Casey on this board. Even a delayed c-bet on the turn. Now we're gonna check back and just win.
Yeah. When we don't delay c-bet the turn, then we just have to check back and take our medicine if he hits the 5 or the 3.
Correct. And we just get to steam if that's the case.
You can watch the race.
We still got a battle here, boys.
We had a question here. What was the buy-in? This is the final table of the Borgata Winter Poker Open's $2,200 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed progressive knockout tournament PKO. These gentlemen have both locked up about $76,000, and because it is a progressive knockout, the payouts for first and second are effectively the same. I think there's a couple $100 in between them, something along those lines. But they're playing for the bounties that are on the table, which are capped by the chip that you see right in front of Jason's stack here.
The little red button on top of those black chips.
Yep. So they're basically playing for those two and that very small difference between first and second place payout, as well as the title and the 2 trophies that we'll see when we go to the wider shot.
Casey has piles of bounties. As we see it defend with the 10-4 clubs in the big blind after a Queen 7-0 open, the computer. 4 in the window. Casey's definitely going to be peeling 1, facing a continue.
Let's see what Jason chooses to do here. Looks like he's going to grab just under 2 big blinds. I think that was about 350, 375. About 2 big blinds here. And as Rishi said, we'll probably have a call here from Casey with his pair of 4s. Not a terrible candidate for a check raise if he so chose. 5 of spades on the turn doesn't really change a whole lot. Doesn't interact with some of the hands that can continue too much. Jason gonna look like he's going for another barrel.
That is 825.
Sizes up a little bit, somewhere around 45%, I think. 40 to 45%. Goes to the 825 here. And this is kind of where sometimes what we were saying a little bit earlier, where we see the check raises on the flop because you kind of find out a little bit better where you're at. He is now facing multiple barrels. He does make the call. And the thought is it is tough to make a pair heads up.
Most definitely.
Has not been tough for Jason to make a pair heads up too often.
It's going to be tough to resist with all these overs.
That's a really weird card dynamic for the way both of them have repped their hands. Because the way Jason has repped his hand is either pair or something that's going to interact strongly with a
like
drawing
Jack
hand.
10 suited. Luckily for
Exactly.
Casey, he's blocking Jack 10, so I guess he's going to consider this 10 to be a brick. He's just going to have to decide if
7.
Jason's just taking a king
We
3
get
streets here.
A small 3-street bet here from 2.7. I'm sorry, I only heard 7.
Me too.
2.7.
2.7 million. This is for half of Casey's stack. I think Casey's capable of finding a hero here. He's
This is-
frustrated. All diamonds break. He
calls.
does
He
call.
does.
What a call, Casey. Let's go,
One
bro.
chip
Nice
calls.
call, buddy. Nice call. Yeah, very,
Calls on
very
the bottom
emotive.
with the bottom
Very
pair.
emotive. Very emotive after finding the call.
He
there.
looks very frustrated with that
He
call, and
is.
you know he's not frustrated. That's relief, but it
is.
looks frustrated.
It is. He needed that. There's been a lot of tension. It's a sick, very sick bluff from Jay as well.
Blocked the fucking
He's
straight.
sick.
I know, I blocked the straight.
I blocked the straight too.
Yeah.
Fucking shit.
Our counter's going out.
Counters.
Bing, bing, bing.
But
Put me in
a
spots,
big,
that's
That's
for
fine
sure.
from Casey. Huge swing.
big flip in the chip count right there. Is Casey up to a little over 11 million, 56 big blinds.
There's
Jason
some
down
really
to
cool
6.2.
poker, man. Some really cool poker going on.
And it's funny is like Casey says I blocked the straight. Jason blocks the straight.
Jason says,
and
"I
like,
blocked the straight."
like I said, that's a really weird, like a perfect river dynamic for what both of them could be repping,
Most
and
definitely.
both of them then still also block.
Most definitely. The dynamics here are awesome, man.
Yeah.
What's up, Pop? What's up, Jules in the chat? What's up, everyone?
Casey here with the 10-9 on the button, choosing to limp.
What a call, Case.
Jason with the Doyle. Just gonna see a flop. Yeah, fantastic call by Casey. It's truly one of those like you don't think he's gonna. Oh, both of them pick up a pair here. 9-4-2.
Backdoor hearts for both of them working as well.
Both of them backdoor hearts. Jason's is 1 pip higher. Casey is gonna bet the 9 as you would expect.
Jason's going to peel 1 most definitely.
You would think so.
Especially facing a 1 big blind bet.
You would think so.
Hopefully frustration doesn't lead to a raise here. Uh-oh.
Well, we talked about this. You know, kind of finding out pretty quickly where he's at.
Check raising the pair.
You know, and he's gonna check raise that bottom pair.
Yeah, Casey's just going to snap peel here. I think he thinks if Jason is steaming, you might as well let him continue to blast off.
Yep.
Problem is, there are a lot of bad action-killing turns. That's not one of them. That's a relative brick.
Yeah, it interacts with hands that could be involved in this hand,
6-5
but I
of
don't
hearts.
quite know. Like a
6-5
like a
of diamonds.
7-2 is a hand that could do this, right? You know,
Sure, it would be like bottom of range. I think
you're-
he would prefer to float a lot.
You're looking. I was gonna say you're looking at a very
Condensed
specific
range of hands.
example.
Yeah, for sure. And now Casey is going to continue to barrel on this turn after being checked 2 once again from Jason following a raise. I think after he goes raise
2.8.
call,
And we're gonna
he
get
clicks.
another click check
in.
raise.
Oh, and a snap jam from Casey. He just decided he had the best
He
hand.
did not-
He knew his frustration, and now he's faded
Yeah.
the snap. It's always annoying when you put out the bluff raise and you
Yeah.
get jammed on, and you're still counting
You're
out the
still-
bluff
you're
raise
counting
chips
out the chips that you're handing
from the
over.
bluff raise that you know are already gone. It's quite tilting. Jason bit steamy. It's fine. Casey had just decided he had the best hand on this board, and he wasn't folding. Yeah.
Yeah, very understandably too from his side.
Most definitely. I mean, Jason has committed a significant amount of his stack. I just don't think we can ever call off here. I mean, we're holding a heart in our hand as well. It's just not a great place to be. Like, is Casey ever doing this with like 6, 5, 10, 8? If he is, it's with like 10, 8 of hearts, 6, 5 of hearts, and like we block 10, 8 of hearts. Casey rechecking his cards. He did that when he was bluffing last time, so I like that he's balance checking it now with value. When Jason heroed him off earlier. If Jason folds here, he's going to be down to sub 12 bigs.
What do you have?
I got a very bad hand.
Ah. Can relax then.
What are you doing this with?
Casey showing a little side of OMC. Faded the snap. I guess I could take a break.
Still got a lot of equity on me. Even if I'm fucking hit right now.
Even if well, yeah, again, we did highlight a very, very, very select specific range that he could be ahead of now, and even if that's the case, he's dodging half the deck.
Most definitely, yeah, absolutely.
Counter.
Now you put me in the blunder. What are you doing this with? What are you? Scared of the hearts? Or you cut the hearts?
Sounds like no matter the result of this hand, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break after this.
Last hand of the level, it sounds.
If Jason puts in the chips, barring a deuce on the river, our break may be longer than 15 minutes.
I thought I heard the PA in the background say that last hand of this level or
Yeah,
something
definitely
along
heard it.
those
Yeah,
lines.
last hand.
And it wasn't the floor announcing it for the larger tables.
That is correct. A very, very disciplined fold.
Frustrated, but
after everything.
Frustrated, but correct fold from Jason here. Yeah, but it does look like we're going to be taking a 15-minute break here.
Counter just went up once more.
One more before the break. At least. So yeah, we are going on a 15-minute break here. We will be back shortly. We will be back shortly with the very likely conclusion. I don't think we'll get to another break here of the 2026 Borgata Winter Poker Opens Progressive Knockout Final Table. We will be back in about 15.
See you in 15.
legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary. legendary. It's seeing your third Vegas sunrise in a row. Proving you're right, or giving it to your friend who's always wrong. Meeting your hero?
What's up, fellas?
Legendary. Or meeting someone else's hero. Hitting a jackpot from your subway seat. Or how about this? Front row seats. A story you'll tell for the rest of your lives. Or a secret spot that you'll tell everyone about tomorrow. Whatever makes it legendary for you, it can all happen here. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Hello and welcome back to the Borgata Casino and Hotel in Atlantic City, New Jersey for the 2026 Borgata Winter Poker Open powered by BetMGM Poker, the final stream of the 2026 series. We are at the $2,200 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed progressive knockout final table with heads-up action between Michael Casey Mann and Jason Nguyen. We're returning where Casey has just opened up a sizable chip lead sitting on 60 big blinds. Jason's sitting on about 10 big blinds. Our blinds are going to be going up to a 150K small blind, 250K big blind, and Big Blind Ante. So with that Big Blind Ante here, we should have some fireworks quickly. And if Jason were to get a double up, we'd be back into a healthy spot where we'd have some playability. We could also see it be over in just a short stretch here. We'll be returning. Both of them have guaranteed themselves at least about $76,000. And given the progressive knockout style, they're playing for the amount of bounties that we can actually see on the table. You gave us the breakdown of what each of the actual real money bounties were worth a little bit earlier today. Rishi will, I think, be coming back to give or take 54,000 in bounties as well.
Sounds about right, Whitey.
What I believe they're playing for here.
And like you said, man, anything's possible. Despite a 6-1 chip lead for Casey, Jason's been battling hard, but this could also be over quite soon.
As mentioned, I am Whitey. I am Matt McNeil, Whitesmith or Blacksmith across many of the online sites. With me is Rishi Mehta, and you've also won
they gave us new chips.
one of our events here at the Borgata Poker Open. I didn't get a chance to shout you out for that one as well.
Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I won the mini freeze out, but it was a good time. The one shot, it was really cool. Super cool experience. I'm Rish. I'm currying the pot, guys, on BetMGM. My favorite set to play on.
And as we are certainly not done, but as we're starting to wind down, getting likely near the conclusion of this event, we still have action going on at the Borgata here. The Winter Poker Open itself is not done, with some Day 2 action going on and some PLO. We also have a triple Omaha mixed limit event going on right now, where there's pot limit, no limit, and just straight up limit Omaha within the same tournament. And then we also have the first 2 flights of the Monster Mirror Mystery Bounty. It's a $580, 250,000 guaranteed tournament this weekend. 2 flights today and tomorrow each. And then Day 2 on Sunday, where the mystery bounties would begin. And the Mirror Mystery format is a format where the mystery bounty payouts will align with the payouts of the actual tournament itself.
If you are upstairs in the Borgata right now watching this stream and you want to be firing this morning flight, you're probably going to be getting close to max late reg soon, so might want to start heading down and get into that first flight. As we see it all in from Casey.
Casey all in. Jason would have to be all in the call. I think we had a walk on the first hand as well.
We did. Casey's going to be able to just chip up pretty dominantly here. I mean, and every time Jason's putting out chips in the big blind, he's going to be putting out 2 bigs, as you pointed out, and Lavin so sharply with the ante. So we see just after 2 hands, Casey move up to 63 bigs, and Jason moved down to 7.8, and with another half a big blind out there currently.
So again, at some point we'll have some action. We'll have a collision. It's either going to be about 125, 130,000 and 2 trophies for Casey, or back much closer to level for Jason. And unfortunately for him, another 8 deuce kind of forced.
I'm getting the cards where I'm shoving.
Kind of forced to walk there. It's a really ugly one right there to try and stick those chips in.
Retaining his discipline, though, not getting out of line.
Yep.
Just trying to find the right spot to find a double and maybe claw back.
And you saw Casey show the queen, and without even him having seen that second card, the queen's probably enough for him to
just to go with
there.
for that price, given the stack depths. Yeah. And as we wind down here, we just want to give a huge shout out to Borgata, BetMGM, all of the staff here. The floor has been incredible.
The dealers. I mean, I've had a lot of people say, and I haven't been down for too many of the tournaments over the years, over the decades, but I've had a lot of people say just how smoothly everything went. Here's Casey with an ace-king, and Jason, we just mentioned, had the queen, so this might be enough. It is going to be enough for him to put it in.
This is it.
Yeah, what
this could be it. Jason all in at risk with the queen 4, 2 very live cards. Casey all in and ahead.
The 60-40 setup.
Yeah, about 60-40, about 68-32 as the graphic shows here, just to be a little particular.
Sorry, White
just because I can.
All right, math major.
Jason going to be all in at risk, needing a queen or a 4.
Got spades
King
covered.
and ace in the window is going to put him very close to dead. He's going to need a jack or a 10.
That's going to end the game. And Casey is going to be our PKO champion. Casey Mann.
Thank you,
with Jason Nguyen taking second place.
Jason Nguyen going to take second place for about 76,000 plus his bounties, which should get him into about $85,000 for his tournament here. Michael Casey Mann scooping up 76, almost 77,000 for the win.
For the Nguyen.
For the Nguyen, but all I can't believe I let myself say that on. And an additional about 53 to 54,000 in bounties, it looks like. So he should be taking home about 130,000.
Not too shabby indeed. Not too shabby indeed. There it is.
Fantastic run from Michael Casey Mann.
Realization setting in a bit.
Yep.
It's a fantastic run. Great game case. Congratulations.
Jason with a lot of fun play as well.
Played a great game, man.
Spun up from a short stack and the short bounty coming in and got all the way to second place. Made tens of thousands of dollars with his play here today.
Found a sick hero against Casey. Found some really cool bluff lines that were really creative, whether or not the result was there. He played a great game, a super valiant effort from Jason.
Yep, Jason Nguyen taking home a little over 85,000 for his efforts. And again, one last congratulations to Michael Casey Mann for winning the 2026 Borgata Winter Poker Opens Progressive Knockout for somewhere in the neighborhood of about $130,000.
Time to hop in that mystery bounty, kid.
Congratulations, Matt McNeil and Rishi signing off. And again, thanks everyone who's tuned in. Have a great rest of your days, your weekends, and come down to the Borgata, hop into the last few tournaments we have here.
And we'll see you at our next series.
We'll see you in the spring.